Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. It wasn't the first time the basement light had been left on. You could see the faint yellow glow from the driveway, a weak stain on the gravel. I noticed it when I took the trash out, but the bin was heavy and the lid was smeared with something I didn't want on my hands. The next morning, the light was off. The only thing out of place was a single muddy shoe print on the bottom step facing up. It could have been from weeks ago, tracked in from the garden. I meant to sweep it away, but I forgot. I never asked about the light. The sound is what I remember most about that time. Not a loud sound, not something that would startle you. It was a hum, a low electrical hum that seemed to come from inside the walls. I first heard it in the quiet of the very early morning when the world outside was still dark and holding its breath. I thought it was the refrigerator, but the kitchen was silent. I thought it was a distant generator from one of the houses down the road, but it was closer than that. It felt personal. I began to wake up just to listen for it, to see if it was still there. It always was. A conversation over coffee, steam rising between us. They said the lock on the bulkhead doors was broken, had been for a while. The hasp was rusted through, the wood around it soft and splintering. I said we should fix it. They said it wasn't a priority. No one ever goes down there, they said. What would they want with old boxes and a broken dryer? It was a practical question. I had no practical answer, only a feeling like cold water down my back. I found a button in the laundry, a small, plain white button. It was in the bottom of the basket, nestled in a fold of a dark towel. It didn't belong to any of my clothes. I held it in my palm, a tiny, cool disc of plastic. I didn't ask about it. I placed it on the windowsill above the sink. It sat there for days, then it was gone. I didn't ask about that either. The shoe print dried to a faint, dusty outline. I studied its pattern, the particular arrangement of lines and circles. It was distinctive. I started seeing variations of that pattern everywhere. A faint trace near the back door, a clearer impression on a rainy day on the porch. I told myself it was my own print, that I was tracking the same mud over my own house. But my boots have a different tread, a heavier, more common pattern. I checked. They began to sleep more deeply, a heavy, unmoving sleep that felt like a performance. I would lie awake and listen to that hum and their breathing, two different frequencies competing in the dark. Once I got up and walked to the window. The motion sensor light in the backyard was on, casting a sharp white circle on the grass. Nothing was there. The light went off. A moment later, it flicked on again, then off, on, off, like a signal. I watched until it stayed off. The air in the house changed. It became still and thick, a held breath. Doors that I always left open were found closed. A chair was never quite pushed back in at the table. Small things that could be attributed to forgetfulness, to a draft, to the subtle settling of an old structure. But a house has a rhythm, a familiar creak and sigh. This was a new rhythm. I was learning it against my will. I finally went down there, the basement. The light bulb was hot, though it had been days since I'd seen it glow from the driveway. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth and something else, something metallic and sharp. I saw the usual things, the stored holiday decorations, the forgotten furniture, but the space felt different. It felt occupied. Not in the way a storage room is occupied by objects, but in the way a room is occupied after someone has just left it. The dust on top of a cardboard box was smudged. A spider web was torn. I stood very still at the bottom of the stairs, right next to that faded shoe print, and I listened. The hum was loudest here. It vibrated in my teeth. I began to make a list, not a list of what was wrong, but a list of what was. The button, the shoe print, the hum, the broken lock, the light. The list lived on a scrap of paper I kept in my pocket. It was a way to hold on to the facts, to keep them from spinning into fear. Facts are solid, feelings are not. I would take the list out and read it, grounding myself in its simplicity. I asked finally. I chose a bright afternoon, a time when things seem less threatening. I held the list in my mind. I mentioned the basement light being on. They looked up from what they were doing, their expression perfectly blank, then gently puzzled. They said they hadn't been down there in months. They asked if I had been sleepwalking again. They said it so kindly, with such genuine concern, that I almost believed them. I almost believed I had made the list myself in some somnambulant state. The doubt was a poison, and it worked quickly. The crisis was not a discovery, but a realization. It was the understanding that the list was not a collection of clues pointing to an intruder. It was a collection of clues pointing to me, my observations, my suspicions, my sleeplessness, my forgetfulness. The narrative I had built was not about a presence in the house. It was about an absence in myself. The hum was in my own head. The shoe print was my own. The button was from a shirt I had forgotten I owned. The truth was not that something was happening to the house. The truth was that something was happening to me. This realization was a relief for exactly one day. It was a comfort to believe I was the source of the unease. It was simpler. Then I went to take the trash out. The bin was light, the lid was clean, and there on the gravel was a second set of footprints. They led from the tree line to the side of the house, right to the old bulkhead doors, and they perfectly matched the pattern on the stairs. I stand at the kitchen window now, watching the day fade. The list is gone from my pocket. I don't need it anymore. The facts have rearranged themselves into a new, more terrible shape. From here I can just see the edge of the basement window well. It is dark down there. The hum has stopped. The only sound is the steady, even breathing from the other room, a rhythm I know as well as my own. The back porch light clicks on, though no one has passed by. It stays on, a steady, unwavering eye in the gathering dark. I don't move. I just watch that light, a fixed point in the deepening blue of the evening. It is a signal, but I don't know what it means or who it is for. The breathing from the other room continues, a soft and steady tide. It is the sound of a world that is still pretending to be normal. Then I hear it, not the hum, a new sound, a low, grating scrape. It is soft, but it cuts through the silence with a physical sharpness. It comes from the direction of the bulkhead doors, the sound of something heavy being dragged slowly across the concrete well wall. My breath catches in my throat, a hard little knot. The person in the other room does not stir. The breathing does not change its rhythm. They are either asleep or they are listening to and pretending not to. I am alone with this sound. I force myself to turn from the window. My legs feel numb, disconnected. I walk through the living room. They are on the sofa, eyes closed, a blanket pulled up to their chin, the picture of peace. I move past them down the short hall to the back door. My hand is on the cold metal of the knob when the scraping stops. The silence that follows is louder, more menacing than the sound itself. I unlock the door and open it slowly, wincing at the faint creak of the hinge. The cool night air washes over me. The porch light is still on, bleaching the wooden boards white. I step out, my socked feet silent. I don't look toward the bulkhead. I look at the gravel path beside the house. The new footprints are still there, leading into the shadow. I follow them, not with my body, but with my eyes, tracing their path from the trees to the house. They stop at the double doors of the bulkhead. One door is slightly ajar, just a sliver of darkness. It was closed this morning. I know it was. A floorboard creaks inside the house. I freeze, my heart hammering against my ribs. I listen. The steady breathing from the sofa has stopped. There is only a waiting silence. They are awake. They are listening to me listening. I step back inside and close the door quietly, turning the lock. It clicks into place with a finality that feels useless. When I turn around, they are sitting up on the sofa, the blanket pooled in their lap. Their eyes are open and clear, not fuzzy with sleep. You're letting the cold in, they say. Their voice is normal, tired. I thought I heard something, I say. My own voice sounds thin and reedy. It's an old house, they say, lying back down and pulling the blanket up again. It makes noises. They turn over, presenting their back to me. The conversation is over. The performance resumes. I am left standing by the door, the chill from outside still clinging to my skin. The hum starts again then, but not from the basement. It is inside the house now, inside the walls of this very room. It is inside my head. I know with a certainty that turns my blood cold that it is not in my head at all. It is a sound being made for me, a sound meant just for me to hear. I walk to the kitchen to make coffee I know I will not drink. The routine of it is an anchor. As I measure the grounds, I see it. On the floor near the basement door, a few grains of fresh, dark earth, and beside them one more perfect, muddy shoe print facing the door as if someone had just stepped out. The coffee machine gurgled and spat, finishing its cycle. The sound was too loud in the quiet house. I poured a cup just to have something to do with my hands. The steam rose, but I didn't drink. My eyes were fixed on the basement door. The shoe print was a declaration. It was no longer a hint or a suggestion. It was a fact placed squarely in the center of my kitchen floor. I looked from the print to the door itself. It was closed, but the old brass key was in the lock. I always left it on the hook beside the door. Always. I set the mug down. The click of ceramic on the countertop was another small, explosive sound in the silence. I walked to the basement door and touched the key. It was cold. I turned it. The lock slid open with a heavy, metallic thunk. From the living room, the rhythm of breathing hitched for a single second, then continued, smooth and artificial. They were waiting to see what I would do. I did not open the door. Instead, I got the spray cleaner and a rag from under the sink. I knelt on the linoleum and carefully, methodically wiped up the grains of earth. Then I scrubbed at the shoe print. The mud came away easily, leaving a faint, damp stain on the floor. I worked until there was no trace left. I put the cleaning supplies away. I picked up my coffee mug and finally took a sip. The coffee was bitter and cold. I was not wiping away evidence. I was accepting an invitation. The game had changed. The pretense was over. The print was a message, and by erasing it, I was sending one back. I know you are here. I spent the rest of the evening in the armchair, a book open in my lap. I did not read a word. I watched the night deepen outside the windows. The porch light remained on. The hum continued, a constant, low-level vibration in the air, in the bones of the house, in my teeth. It was no longer trying to hide. Later, when the house was dark and they had finally gone to bed for real, I stayed in the chair. I listened. The hum was my companion. I must have dozed off because a new sound woke me. It was the distinct, quiet click of the basement door opening. My eyes flew open. The hallway was pitch black, but I could hear the soft sigh of the door swinging inward on its hinges. Then footsteps, not the heavy tread of work boots, but something lighter, more careful. They crossed the kitchen linoleum. They paused. I held my breath, my body rigid in the chair. The footsteps moved again, heading down the hall toward the bedrooms. They passed right by the open doorway to the living room where I sat shrouded in darkness. I could hear the faint brush of fabric against the wall. A smell accompanied it, the damp, metallic smell of the basement. The footsteps stopped outside the bedroom door. There was a long moment of silence. Then the bedroom door creaked open. I heard a whisper, so low I couldn't make out the words, just the sibilant hiss of a voice. It was answered by a murmur from within the room, their voice. The door closed softly. The lock turned. I was alone in the living room with the hum. I understood then. The crisis was not a discovery or a realization. It was a collaboration. The truth was not happening to the house or even just to me. It was happening to us, and I was the only one who didn't know the script. The footsteps I heard were not an intrusion, they were a return. The basement door had not been opened from the inside. It had been opened from the outside to let someone in. The hum in the walls was the sound of the house itself, humming a lullaby to the three of us. The watch on my wrist ticked, a tiny mechanical heartbeat counting off the seconds I spent sitting in the dark. The hum had softened, becoming a background drone, the house's central nervous system settling back into its new, abnormal rhythm. I didn't move. There was no point. The performance in the bedroom was over, and my audience had left. I was just a prop now, left on stage after the main actors had taken their bow. The cold from the floor seeped through my socks. I thought about the basement, about the cool, damp air and the hot light bulb. I thought about the endless, patient waiting. I had been so focused on the idea of an intrusion, a violation from the outside, I never considered the possibility of an invitation. The broken lock wasn't a point of entry for a stranger. It was a welcome sign for a guest. Eventually I stood up. My body ached with a deep fatigue. I walked to the kitchen and filled a glass with water. I did not look at the basement door. I drank the water standing at the sink, staring out at the black rectangle of the window. My own reflection, pale and ghost-like, stared back. I went to the bedroom door. I didn't try the knob. I already knew it would be locked. I pressed my ear against the cool wood. There was no sound from within. No whispering, no breathing, just a profound, weighted silence. They were in there, the two of them, and the silence was a wall they had built together. I turned away and went to the spare room, the one we kept for guests that never came. The sheets were cold and smelled of dust. I lay down and stared at the ceiling. The hum was still there, a vibration I felt more than heard. It was no longer just in the walls, it was in me. It was the sound of my own helplessness, my own complicity in this new arrangement. By not screaming, by not breaking down the door, I was accepting it. I was becoming part of the house's new rhythm. The next morning, the bedroom door was open. They were alone, sleeping on their side of the bed, the covers pulled up to their chin. The room looked exactly as it always did. The sun streamed through the window. It was a picture of normalcy so perfect it felt like a slap. I made breakfast. The sound of eggs frying in a pan was obscenely loud. They came into the kitchen, yawning, dressed in a robe. They poured a cup of coffee. "You sleep okay?" they asked, their voice rough with sleep. It was the most normal question in the world. "I slept," I said, my back to them. "I heard you get up in the night," they said casually, sipping their coffee. "Everything all right?" I turned around. They were looking at me, their expression one of mild, mourning curiosity. There was no guilt, no anxiety, no trace of the previous night's conspiracy. The performance was flawless. "I thought I heard something," I said, repeating my line from the night before. "Probably just the house," they said, turning to look out the window. "It's always settling." They picked up the newspaper and sat at the table. The domestic scene was complete. I looked at the floor near the basement door. It was clean. I looked at the lock. The key was back on its hook. I served the eggs onto 2 plates and brought them to the table. We ate in silence. The hum was gone. The only sound was the scrape of forks on plates. The silence was a new kind of sound, a heavy, agreed-upon quiet. It was the sound of the two of us pretending, and the sound of the third, waiting down below in the cool, dark earth for the sun to set again. I ate my eggs. They tasted like nothing at all. The day passed in a terrible, quiet pantomime. We did the dishes. We folded laundry. We watched television. Every movement was careful, every word chosen for its blandness. We were 2 actors reading from a script we both knew by heart, but only one of us was pretending. The other was just waiting. As evening drew in, a strange calm settled over me. The fear was still there, a cold stone in my gut, but it was surrounded by a layer of clear, sharp resolve. The facts were no longer spinning. They had crystallized. I knew what was in the house. I knew who was complicit. The only thing I didn't know was what it wanted, and I decided I would not wait to find out. I told them I was going to the store for milk. It was the most mundane errand I could invent. They nodded from the sofa, not looking up from their book. "Drive safe," they said, the words empty and automatic. I got in the car and turned the key. I drove down the lane, watching the house shrink in the rearview mirror. I drove past the store. I kept driving until I found a payphone outside a shuttered gas station. My fingers were clumsy as I dialed. The phone rang twice. "Hello," my brother's voice was a shock of normalcy. "It's me," I said, my voice low. "I need you to come right now." He heard the tension. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" "I can't explain, just come. Park down the road and walk to the house. Don't use the driveway. Don't come to the front door." I was whispering now, though I was utterly alone on the dark road. "Come to the kitchen window, just look inside, then you'll understand." There was a long pause on the other end. "You're scaring me," he said. "Good," I replied and hung up. The drive back was the longest of my life. The house was dark when I pulled in, except for the porch light still burning its unwavering signal. I walked inside, the bag of milk feeling absurd in my hand. They were still on the sofa, in the exact same position. "Get everything?" they asked. "Yes," I said, placing the milk in the refrigerator. My heart was pounding. I had set a trap with myself as the bait. I moved to the living room and sat in my armchair, picking up my book. The words were a blur. I was listening for a car that wouldn't arrive, for footsteps that would be quiet and careful. An hour ticked by, then another. The tension was a wire stretched taut between us. They seemed to feel it too, shifting more frequently, glancing toward the windows. The hum began again, faint at first, then growing. It was a sound of agitation now. Then I saw it, a flicker of movement outside the kitchen window. A face, pale and quick, then gone. My brother, he had come. They saw it too, their book lowered slowly. Their eyes met mine across the room, the pretense shattered. In their eyes I didn't see fear or anger. I saw a deep, weary resignation. The back door opened, not a careful click, but the simple turn of a knob from the outside. My brother stepped into the kitchen, his face ashen. He looked from me to them, his expression one of pure, uncomprehending horror. The hum in the walls rose to a fever pitch, a vibrating wail that made the cups in the cupboard rattle. And from the hallway a shadow detached itself from the deeper darkness near the basement door. It stood there, silent, waiting. It was not a monster. It was just a man, thin and dressed in dark clothes, his eyes reflecting the light from the kitchen. He looked tired. My partner stood up. They didn't look at me or my brother. They looked at the man in the hallway. "It's over," they said, their voice flat. "They know." The man nodded slowly. He didn't seem threatening. He seemed sad. My brother finally found his voice. "Who is that?" he demanded, pointing a shaking finger. My partner turned to me, and for the first time their gaze was direct, without any mask. "He's my brother," they said. The word hung in the air, sucking all the sound out of the world. The hum stopped. The only thing left was the devastating, simple truth. The intruder wasn't an intruder at all. He was family, and I was the one who had locked him in the dark. The word echoed in the silence he left behind. The screen door swung gently on its hinge, then settled. He was gone, swallowed by the night from which he came. The three of us remained frozen in our positions, a shattered tableau. My partner was the first to move. They walked to the back door, their movements slow and heavy, and pushed it shut. The click of the latch was deafening. They did not lock it. They just stood there, their back to us, one hand resting on the doorframe as if for support. My brother found his voice first, a hoarse whisper. What in God's name is going on here? My partner turned around. Their face was a mask of exhaustion, stripped of all its previous artifice. His name is Eli, they said, the words flat and drained. He's my older brother. He's been sick. He was in a place, a bad place. He called me 2 weeks ago. He said he was out and he had nowhere to go. I finally found the strength to speak, my own voice a foreign thing. You didn't tell me. I couldn't. They looked at the floor, at the spot where the mud had been. You would have said no. You would have called someone. He just needed a place to be quiet, to get his bearings. I thought it would be for a few days. The basement, I said. It wasn't a question. Where else, they replied, a hint of desperate defiance in their tone. I brought him food. I turned on the dehumidifier for the noise to cover any sound. I thought I could handle it. I thought I could fix it. The hum, the locked bedroom door, the performance of normalcy. It wasn't malice. It was a terrible, misguided secret. A lie built not to harm me, but to protect a broken man I never knew existed. My brother ran a hand over his face. I'm calling the police. No, the word burst from my partner, sharp with panic. Please don't. He's not dangerous. He's just lost. He's gone now. It's over. We all looked at the door as if we could still see him out there in the dark. A man who was not a monster, but a secret. A burden my partner chose to carry alone. My brother looked at me, his eyes asking the question. It was my turn, my house, my life, my betrayal. I looked at my partner, at the raw fear and shame on their face. I thought of the man, Eli, and the quiet, scraping sounds of his existence in the dark below us. I thought of the profound loneliness of that. He's gone, I repeated, the words tasting like ash. It's over. My brother stared at me for a long moment, then nodded slowly. He didn't understand, but he accepted it. He walked to the front door and let himself out without another word. The house was ours again. The silence that followed was different. It was not the silence of a secret kept, but of a secret revealed. It was vast and empty and broken. My partner finally looked at me, their eyes pleading for a forgiveness I did not yet possess. I'm so sorry, they whispered. I didn't answer. I walked past them through the kitchen and down the hall. I stopped at the basement door. I took the key from its hook, my fingers steady. I unlocked the door and pulled it open. The smell wafted out, that damp, metallic smell I now knew was just a man hiding. I reached in and flipped the light switch. The bare bulb flickered on, illuminating the steep stairs descending into the earth. I didn't go down, I just stood there looking into the space that had held a ghost. I saw the old army cot tucked against the wall, a rumpled blanket, a few bottles of water, a paper bag. I closed the door, I locked it, I put the key back on the hook. When I turned around, they were still standing by the back door, watching me, waiting for a verdict that would define the rest of our lives. The truth was in the house now. It wasn't a monster, it was a marriage, and I didn't know which one of us was going to have to learn to live in the dark. The coffee the next morning was too hot. I drank it anyway, letting the scalding bitterness punish my tongue. They moved around the kitchen with a new kind of caution, a deference that felt like walking on glass. Every glance was a question I didn't answer. We did not speak of Eli. We did not speak of the basement. We spoke of the weather, a bland prediction of rain later. The words were hollow shells devoid of meaning. The silence between them was the real conversation. I got up and went to the basement door. I didn't touch the key. I just looked at the worn wood, the old brass lock. It was no longer a barrier to a monster. It was a monument to a lie. I could feel their eyes on my back, waiting. The day unfolded with a dreadful, mechanical rhythm. I weeded the garden. They vacuumed the living room. We were two planets orbiting the same dark star, held in place by a gravity we no longer understood. When the rain came, it was a relief. It hammered against the roof and the windows, drowning out the need for speech. We sat in the living room, each in our own chair, and watched the water streak down the glass. The world outside was a blur. The world inside was too sharp, too clear. As dusk fell, the rain softened to a drizzle. The quiet that followed was heavy and wet. They cleared their throat. "He wasn't always like that," they said. The words were so quiet they were almost eaten by the patter on the roof. "Eli, he was the smart one. He used to build these elaborate forts in the living room, for me." I didn't look at them. I kept my eyes on the window, on the droplets clinging to the pane. They diagnosed him years ago, the paranoia, the voices, the places they put him in. They didn't fix him, they just made him quieter. When he called, he sounded like a little boy. He was so scared. A car passed on the wet road outside, its headlights sweeping through the room, illuminating the anguish on their face for a split second before plunging us back into dimness. "I thought I could save him," they whispered. "I just made everything worse." I finally turned my head. The raw honesty in their voice was a new kind of weapon. It was harder to defend against than the lies. I saw the cost of the secret now, etched into the new lines around their eyes. "I didn't know," I said. "It was all I could offer." "You couldn't know," they replied. "I wouldn't let you." The rain stopped completely. A deep, dripping silence filled the house. There were no more words. There was only the aftermath. Later in bed, we lay back to back, a canyon of space between us. I listened to their breathing, trying to discern if it was the real rhythm of sleep or another performance. I thought about the man, Eli, out there in the wet, dark world. I wondered if he was looking for a new basement to hide in, or if he was finally, truly lost. And I understood that the secret was not over. It had simply changed shape. It was no longer a thing hidden in the dark below us. It was a thing that lived between us in the light, in the space our bodies did not touch. It was the thing we would now have to learn to carry together. The smell of toast began to permeate the air the next morning, a forced attempt at normalcy. I found them in the kitchen, buttering slices with a concentration that was too intense for such a simple task. They did not look at me as I entered. A second cup of coffee sat steaming on the table next to my usual chair, a peace offering. I did not sit, I did not drink the coffee. I walked to the basement door and stood before it. After a long moment, I reached out and took the key from its hook. The metal was cold in my hand. I heard the soft sound of the knife being set down on the counter behind me. I inserted the key into the lock and turned it. The click was definitive. I pulled the door open and flicked on the light. The bare bulb illuminated the empty cot, the discarded water bottles. The air was still and cold. Without a word, I started down the stairs. The wood creaked under my weight, a familiar protest. I heard a sharp intake of breath from the kitchen, but no words followed. I reached the concrete floor and stood in the center of the small, damp space. I looked at the gray walls, the single high window caked with dirt. This was where he had lived, where he had listened to our life happening above his head. I went to the cot and picked up the rough wool blanket. It smelled of dust and solitude. I folded it neatly, precisely, and placed it at the foot of the cot. I gathered the empty water bottles and put them in a paper bag I found crumpled in the corner. I was tidying a ghost-esque room. When I came back up, they were still standing at the counter, watching me, their face pale. I walked past them to the recycling bin and dropped the bag inside. I returned to the basement door, left it standing open, and placed the key back on its hook. "That's just a room again," I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. They nodded slowly, a gesture of profound relief and terrible sadness. They picked up the cup of coffee and held it out to me. This time I took it. The warmth seeped into my hands. We stood there in the kitchen, surrounded by the quiet hum of the refrigerator. The door to the past swung wide open behind us, and drank our coffee in the long, fragile silence of a new beginning. The toast was cold by the time I ate it. The crumbs felt like dust in my mouth. We cleaned the kitchen with a kind of frantic, shared purpose, scrubbing surfaces that were already clean. It was easier to focus on the grout between the tiles than on each other. In the afternoon, I went outside. The ground was soft from the rain. I knelt in the garden, not to weed, but just to feel the damp earth under my fingers. The air was clean and washed. I heard the back door open and close. They walked over and stood beside me, their hands shoved deep in their pockets. "I should call his social worker," they said to the sky. "I should let someone know he's out there." I looked up at them, squinting in the light. "Will you?" They were silent for a long time. A bird sang from a nearby tree, a bright, oblivious sound. "I don't know," they finally admitted. The honesty of it was a small, hard stone of truth between us. I went back to digging my fingers into the soil. After a moment, they knelt down beside me. They didn't touch me. They just started pulling up weeds, their movements slow and deliberate. We worked side by side in the quiet, the sun warming our backs. The space between us was still there, vast and complicated, but for the first time it was not empty. It was filled with the simple, physical truth of our shared labor and the unspoken agreement to try. The sun dipped below the trees, casting long shadows across the garden. We went inside, our hands dirty, and washed them at the same sink, our elbows brushing. It was a small thing, a tiny collision in the quiet space we were rebuilding. We ate a silent dinner. The food had taste again, though it was muted, like a radio tuned to a distant station. I watched their hands as they held their fork, the same hands that had carried secret meals down a dark staircase. They were just hands. They were their hands. Later in the living room, they did not pick up a book. They sat on the sofa and looked at their hands in their lap. "I keep waiting for the hum," they said. I understood the silence was too complete. The absence of the dehumidifier's drone was a louder sound than the drone itself had ever been. It was the sound of Eli's absence and the sound of our failure. I could turn it on, I offered, the words surprising me as much as them. They looked up, a faint, sad smile touching their lips. "No," they said, "we have to get used to the quiet." We went to bed earlier than usual, exhausted by the emotional weight of the day. The space between us in the bed felt a little smaller, a little less like a canyon and more like a cautious inch. I lay on my back, staring at the ceiling. "I'm sorry I didn't trust you," they whispered into the darkness. I thought about that. I thought about the fear in my gut, the monster I had constructed in the dark. "I'm sorry I didn't give you a reason to." A car passed on the road, its headlights briefly illuminating the room. In that flash, I saw their eyes were open, looking at me. Then it was dark again. "Tomorrow," they said, their voice firming with a new resolve. "Tomorrow I will make the call." I reached out in the dark. My fingers found theirs. They were warm. They laced their fingers through mine and held on, a tight, silent promise. We lay like that, anchored to each other in the dark, listening to the new, terrible, and necessary quiet of our house. The morning light through the kitchen window was a pale, forgiving thing. I watched it play over the surface of my coffee. They were on the phone in the living room, their voice a low, steady murmur. I could only catch fragments. Yes, last night. No, I don't know where. He seemed stable, just frightened. A long pause. I understand, thank you. The receiver clicked back into its cradle. The sound echoed in the quiet house. They came and stood in the doorway, leaning against the frame. They'll put a note on his file. If he shows up at a clinic or if he's picked up, they'll know to call me. It was something. It was not enough. It was all we could do. I nodded and took a sip of coffee. They came over and sat at the table across from me. We didn't speak. The newspaper lay between us, unopened. The world was still turning outside, full of its own news and crises, but in here our own small drama was all that mattered. They reached out and placed their hand, palm up, on the table, an invitation. I looked at it, at the lines on their palm that seemed to tell a story I was only just beginning to read. After a moment, I placed my hand in theirs. Their fingers closed around mine, not tight but firm, a connection, a bridge. The phone call had been made. The truth was out in the world now, beyond just the two of us. It was a burden shared, and somehow that made it a fraction lighter to carry. We sat there for a long time, holding on, not speaking, listening to the hum of the refrigerator and the sound of our own breathing, learning the new shape of our quiet world together. The rain started again, a gentle tapping that gradually grew steadier against the window pane. We didn't move. The coffee in our cups grew cold. The silence was no longer a void to be feared, but a space we were slowly learning to inhabit together. Finally, they squeezed my hand and let go. They stood up and took our cups to the sink, rinsing them out with a quiet efficiency. I watched them, this person I knew and yet was still coming to know. They turned off the water and dried their hands on a towel, their back to me. I think, they said, their voice soft but clear, I'd like to paint the basement. A light color, something that isn't gray. I looked toward the hallway, toward the open door and the stairs leading down. It wasn't an erasure, it was a reclamation. I'll help you pick out the color, I said. They turned around then, and the look on their face wasn't quite a smile, but it was something close to peace. It was a start. The rain fell, and we began the slow, patient work of learning the sound of our own quiet. The rain settled into a soft, steady rhythm, a sound that seemed to wash the world clean. We stood there for a moment longer in the kitchen, the idea of paint hanging in the air between us, a tangible plan for the future. Then they moved, walking to the junk drawer and pulling out a pad of paper and a pen. We could make a list, they said, the pen poised above the paper, for the hardware store. I nodded, joining them at the table. We'll need more than paint, a new light fixture for down there, something brighter. They wrote it down, brighter light, yes. The pen scratched against the paper, a reassuringly ordinary sound, maybe a small rug, something to warm up the floor. We continued like that, building a list of mundane, practical things. Each item was a brick in a new foundation, a quiet agreement to remake the space that had held so much fear and secrecy. The list was not just about a room, it was about us. When the list was finished, they looked at it, then at me. We don't have to go today. I know, I said, but we will. The afternoon passed in a kind of peaceful limbo. The rain continued, sealing us in. We read on opposite ends of the sofa, our feet occasionally touching. The silence was no longer a tense void, but a shared comfort, a language we were beginning to understand again. As evening approached, the rain finally began to let up, leaving behind a world that glistened under the streetlights. They made soup, and we ate it at the kitchen table, the steam warming our faces. I keep thinking I hear the floorboards creak, they admitted softly, blowing on a spoonful of soup. Not in a scared way, just listening for him. I know, I said, and I did. The ghost of his presence was still in the house, a faint echo in the sounds of the settling wood, a shadow in the corner of your eye. It would be there for a while. Perhaps it would always be there, a part of our story now. After dinner, we found ourselves standing at the open basement door, looking down into the darkness. They reached in and flipped the switch. The bare bulb flickered on, casting its weak yellow light on the stairs. "Ready?" they asked, their voice barely a whisper. I took their hand, ready. We walked down together side by side into the room that was no longer a secret, ready to face whatever came next together. The air was cold and still carried his scent, a mix of old sweat and desperation. We stood on the concrete floor, and for a long moment we just looked. The cot, the blanket, the dust motes dancing in the weak light, it was all evidence of a life lived in the margins of our own. They let go of my hand and walked to the cot. They picked up the folded blanket I had left there and held it to their face for a second, a gesture of mourning. Then they let it drop onto the thin mattress. "Start with this," they said, their voice firm, though it threatened to crack. "We'll take it all to the curb." I nodded and picked up the cot. It was light, flimsy. We carried it up the stairs, an awkward burden between us, and out the back door into the damp night air. The streetlight on the curb made everything look stark and unreal. We went back for the blanket, the bottles, the paper bag. We made a small, sad pile of a life on the edge of our property. Back in the basement, with the room now truly empty, the space felt larger. They looked around, their arms crossed tightly over their chest. "It needs more than paint," they said. "It needs air." I went to the high, grimy window and struggled with the latch, my fingers slipping on decades of painted shut resistance. Finally, with a crack that sounded like a gunshot in the quiet, it gave way. I pushed the window open. A cool, rain-freshened breeze drifted in, slowly pushing out the stale, metallic air. They came to stand beside me, breathing it in. "Better," they whispered. We didn't say anything else. We just stood there in the middle of the empty room, letting the night air wash over us, listening to the distant sound of a car on the wet road. The hum was gone. The secret was gone. All that was left was the two of us and the long, slow process of learning how to breathe the same air again. The breeze from the open window was cold, but it was a clean cold. It carried the smell of wet earth and night, a stark contrast to the closed-in smell we were airing out. We stood there until the chill seeped into our bones, until the room no longer felt like his, but not yet like ours. It was just a room. They shivered, and I saw the goosebumps rise on their arms. Without a word, I took off my sweater and handed it to them. They looked at it, then at me, before slipping it over their head. It was too big for them, the sleeves swallowing their hands. "Thank you," they said, the words muffled by the wool. I just nodded and reached for the light pull. The bulb went out, plunging us into a darkness softened by the faint glow from the kitchen above. "Let's go up." We climbed the stairs, and I closed the basement door behind us. I didn't lock it. I left it just as it was, a simple, unlatched door. In the living room, they built a fire, something we hadn't done in months. We sat on the floor in front of the hearth, watching the flames lick at the logs, listening to the wood crackle and spit. The firelight danced on their face, smoothing out the lines of worry, making them look younger. "I keep thinking about what he's doing right now," they said, not taking their eyes from the flames. "If he's dry, if he's safe." "I know," I said. It was the only answer. "We can't save him," they whispered, and it sounded like the most painful admission of all. "No," I agreed, "we can't." The truth of it settled between us, not as a burden, but as a release. The weight of responsibility, the impossible task they had taken on, began to lift, leaving behind a simple, aching sorrow. We sat in silence for a long time until the fire burned down to embers, casting a deep orange glow. Finally, they stood and offered me their hand. Come to bed. I took it and they pulled me up. We didn't let go as we walked down the hall. We got into bed and faced each other, the space between us finally gone. I reached out and touched the sleeve of my sweater, still on their arm. Tomorrow, I said, we'll go get the paint. They nodded, their eyes heavy with oncoming sleep. Tomorrow. And for the first time in a long time, tomorrow felt like a promise, not a threat. We fell asleep like that together, while the wind from the open basement window whispered through the house, slowly carrying the old air out and bringing the new air in. Story 2. The lock accepted the key but didn't click. I stood there, my hand frozen on the cold brass, waiting for the final, satisfying clunk of the deadbolt retracting that never came. The hallway behind me was a tunnel of silence, the usual hum of the overhead lights completely absent. I pushed the door and it swung inward without a sound, gliding over the floorboards that should have groaned. The air inside was still and thick, smelling of nothing, not even dust. Through the gloom, I could see the chair by the window was angled toward the room, as if someone had just gotten up. But the seat cushion was perfectly smooth, without a single dent or wrinkle. My fingers are still on the brass. The cold is the only real thing. It leaches into my skin, a familiar anchor. The rest is just an image burned behind my eyes, replayed so many times the edges have started to blur and warp. The silent hallway, the soundless door, the empty chair that was never empty before. I came back because the case file was never closed, just set aside. A thick manila folder labeled with a single stark word, incomplete. My own copy is thinner, dog-eared. It lives in a drawer, but it doesn't stay there. It finds its way onto the kitchen table, the passenger seat of the car. The pages are out of order. A transcript here, a forensics report there. A photograph of that chair taken in the harsh, flat light of a police flash. The detective's voice is a recording in my mind, worn thin from repetition. He had a tired way of speaking, as if each word was a small stone he had to carry. We found no signs of a struggle. Nothing was taken. The door was locked from the inside. I remember the feel of the vinyl chair in that interview room, sticking to the backs of my arms. You were certain that was their habit, sitting in that chair by the window. Yes, every day. Yes, to read, to think, to watch the street below. The cushion was always indented, a permanent hollow shaped by the weight of a life. In my own investigation, I retraced steps that weren't really there. I walked the route from the market they might have taken. I stood on the opposite sidewalk looking up at that window. The glass was just glass. It gave back nothing. I spoke to neighbors whose memories were as smooth and unhelpful as that cushion. They saw nothing. They heard nothing. A disappearance is not an event. It is an absence. It is the space where a sound should be. I found a notepad once in a box of their things. The top page was blank. I held it to the light and saw the ghost impressions of words pressed down from a page since torn away. I shaded the paper with a pencil, watching letters emerge from the white like bones from ash. It was a grocery list. Milk, eggs, bread, a mundane etching, a dead end. The air in the apartment that day was wrong, not stale, not foul, just absent, as if the very essence of the place had been siphoned out and replaced with a perfect, sterile nothing. I took a step inside, my shoes making no noise on the wood. I remember the dust motes were suspended in the weak light from the window, perfectly still, refusing to dance. I remember thinking that dust is never still. It is always moving, settling, rising, but not there, not then. I return to the chair most often. My mind worries at it, a tongue probing a missing tooth. The angle was wrong. It was turned just a few degrees too far into the room, not toward the window for watching the world, but toward the center of the space, as if for a conversation. But there was no other chair. There was no one to talk to. A different voice from a later conversation surfaces. A friend, maybe, or a colleague. Their face is indistinct, a smudge of features. They seemed preoccupied lately, not worried, not sad, just elsewhere. Elsewhere how? A pause, a sip from a glass, distant, like they were working on a problem in their head, a puzzle. I asked once what was so absorbing. They just smiled a little and said it was a lock that wouldn't he turn. The lock, the key that turned without engaging, the door that opened without permission. The realization did not arrive with a thunderclap. It was quieter than that, a slow, cold seep. I was looking at a photograph of the door, its lock mechanism exposed by the forensic team. There was nothing wrong with it, no tampering, no fault. It was in perfect working order. My eyes traveled from the photograph to my own notepad, to a scribbled line from that first interview with the detective. The door was locked from the inside. The key in my hand that day was the spare. I had been given it for emergencies, for watering plants that were now long dead. The real key, their key, was never found. I see it now, not a break-in, a lockout. The chair angled toward the room, not waiting for a visitor, positioned for a final look, a last examination of a life they were about to step out of. The perfect smoothness of the cushion, not because no one had been sitting there, but because they had taken great care to erase the impression of themselves before they left. A final act of neatness, of erasure. They had solved their puzzle. The lock had finally turned for them on the inside, and they had walked out, locking it behind them, taking their key and whatever they had become with them. They had vanished into the world not as a victim, but as a willing ghost. I stand now in my own quiet room, and the truth is not a thing solved. It is a heavier, more profound mystery. It is the knowledge that the most terrifying disappearances are not those forced upon someone, but those that are chosen. The self, willingly unmade and walked away from. I look at my hands, my own familiar things, and I feel the chill of that brass handle. I understand now that the question was never what happened to them. The question, the unsettling, lingering sensation that will never leave, is what quiet, private resolution could make a person do that. And which of us, hearing that same silent call from a lock that finally turns, might one day be tempted to follow? The silence in my own apartment is different now. It is no longer just an absence of noise, but a presence itself, a waiting thing. I look at the chair in the corner of my room, the one I always toss my coat on. It is a mess of fabric and shape, a testament to my haphazard life. I walk over to it and pick up the coat. I smooth the cushion beneath it, patting it until the wrinkles are gone, until it is as flat and featureless as the one in the photograph. A shiver runs through me, unrelated to the cold. The case file is still open on my table, incomplete. The word seems foolish now, a label for something the authorities could never categorize. It wasn't incomplete, it was finished, just not in any way we knew how to see. I think about the grocery list, the ghost words on the page. Milk, eggs, bread, the ordinary rituals that build a life. Had they become a cage, or simply a script that no longer held any meaning? The friend S words echo, a lock that wouldn't turn. They weren't talking about a physical key. They were talking about a life that no longer fit. My eyes drift to my own front door. I know every scratch on the paint, the exact amount of force needed to make the latch click. It is a part of my own daily ritual. a movement so ingrained I perform it without thought. But now the thought is there, cold and clear. What if one day the ritual is all that remains? What if the meaning behind the movement evaporates, leaving only the empty shell of the action? You come home, you put the key in the lock, you turn it, you hang your coat on the chair. But what if the person doing those things is already gone and only the habit is left, playing out like a recording? The question isn't just about them anymore. It has a door that has been opened in my own mind and I can close it. I look around my apartment, really look at it. The stack of unread books, the half-finished coffee gone cold, the faint layer of dust on the television screen. This is the evidence of my life. It is messy and imperfect and real. But for how long? The most frightening part is the understanding. I don't think they were running from something. I think they were running toward a silence so complete it made our world seem like noise. They found a key that unlocked a door out of everything, and they turned it, and they walked through, and they didn't look back. I go to the window and look down at the street. People are walking home from work, their postures tired, their steps automatic. I wonder if any of them feel it, a faint vibration under the surface of their lives, a whisper from a lock that promises a different kind of quiet. I wonder if any of them are, right now, smoothing the cushions of their own lives, preparing for a departure no one will ever understand. The case is solved for me. There is no monster, no crime, no victim. There is only a choice. And the terrifying, quiet truth that it is a choice that exists for all of us, sitting in the stillness between one breath and the next, waiting for a key to turn in a lock we didn't even know was there. The coffee in my cup is cold. I pick it up and drink it anyway, the bitterness a sharp anchor in the creeping quiet. I need the jolt, the reminder of sensation. My eyes are drawn back to the door. It has just a door, pine with a brass knob a little scratched from the time I moved the bookcase. It leads to the hallway, to the stairs, to the street, to the world. But now I know that that's not all it is. It has a threshold, and every threshold has two sides. I walk toward it, my footsteps loud in the new silence of my understanding. I place my hand on the knob. It is cool, but not like the brass of that other key. This coolness is just temperature. It holds no meaning beyond itself. Yet. I think about turning it, not to leave, not yet, just to feel the mechanism engage. The solid, reliable click of the deadbolt sliding home. A sound that means safety, privacy, separation. But what does it keep in, and what does it really keep out? My hand falls away. I don't turn the lock. Instead, I turn back to the room. The mess that seemed like evidence of life moments ago now feels like a performance. A play I am putting on for an audience of one. Look, see, I live here. I leave books half-read. I let coffee go cold. I am real. But the performance is for my own benefit, a spell to ward off the terrible appeal of that other perfect order. The smoothed cushion, the empty chair, the silent, keyless exit. I know why the case was labeled incomplete. It is because the story didn't have an ending we could understand. It just stopped, but it didn't stop for them. For them, it was the beginning of something else, the ultimate privacy. A car horn blares on the street below, a sudden angry sound. I jump, my heart hammering against my ribs. The noise is an intrusion, but a welcome one. It is real. It is life, messy and loud and impatient. I go to the kitchen and pour the cold coffee down the sink. I watch the dark swirl disappear down the drain. Then I take the coffee pot and I make a new one. I measure the grounds with care. I listen for the percolating gurgle, a sound so ordinary it is beautiful. The aroma begins to fill the apartment, layering over the silence, not defeating it, but keeping it company. I will not smooth my cushion. I will not hide the ghost impressions of my life. Let the dust settle and rise. Let the book stay open. Let the coffee get cold if it must. The choice is there, I can feel its quiet weight in every corner of the room, but my choice for now is to pick up the case file. I don't open it, I carry it to the drawer and I place it inside. I don't slam the drawer shut, I close it gently. It is not a chapter ended, but a truth accepted, a companion for the quiet moments. I return to the window. The streetlights are coming on, casting long, distorted shadows of the people walking below. They are all carrying their own keys. They are all walking toward their own doors. I wonder how many of them hear the same silence behind the noise, see the same door within the door. The coffee maker clicks off. The brewing is done. The room is full of its smell. I go and pour a cup. It is hot. I wrap my hands around the mug, feeling the heat seep into my skin, and for a moment the chill of that other brass key is gone. It is a small victory. It is enough. For now it is enough to stand here holding the warmth and choose the noise. The warmth of the mug is a small, steady truth in my hand. I take a sip, and the heat of it is a line drawn down my throat, a boundary between the chill of the thought and the warmth of the body. This is real. This is now. But the understanding has changed the air. It has changed the light. The room is the same, yet it is not. Every object seems to hold a double meaning. The key ring on the hook by the door is no longer just a set of tools for entry and ignition. It is a set of choices. The window is no longer just a pane of glass, but a membrane between one state of being and another. I finish the coffee, and the ritual of washing the mug, of drying it and placing it back in the cupboard, feels more significant than it has ever been. It is an act of reaffirmation. I am here. I am doing this. Night has settled fully outside. My own reflection is a ghost in the window pane, superimposed over the lit windows of the apartment building across the street. I see a man in one kitchen washing dishes, a woman in another talking on the phone. They are inside their lives, performing their own rituals. Do they ever feel the fragility of it, the sheer, breathtaking accident of their continued presence? I think about going to bed, about the routine of brushing teeth, setting an alarm, turning out the light. But the thought of lying in the dark, with only the sound of my own breathing, feels suddenly immense, a rehearsal. Instead, I sit in my own chair. I do not smooth it. I let the worn fabric hold the shape of me. I pick up a book from the stack, one I've been meaning to read for months. I open it to a random page. The words are just words. They do not magically hold the answer, but I focus on them. I force my eyes to track each sentence, to assign meaning, to build a world inside my head that is not my own. It is a defiance, a choice to engage with a story instead of contemplating the end of mine. Hours must pass. The sounds of the building settle. The distant traffic becomes sporadic. The world outside my door grows quiet. And in that quiet I hear it, not a sound, but the potential for one. The faint, almost imperceptible sigh a house makes when it is still. It is the same silence that was in that other apartment. It has been here all along, waiting beneath the noise of my life. It is patient. It is neutral. It does not call or demand. It simply is. It is the silence of the lock before the key is inserted. It is the silence of the chair after you have risen from it. It is the silence that remains when all the choices have been made. I close the book. I do not mark my page. I stand and walk to the door. My hand does not shake as I reach for the deadbolt. I turn it. The click is deafening in the hush. It is a solid, final sound. I have locked myself in. But as I stand there, my forehead resting against the cool wood of the door, I know the truth. The lock is on the inside. It only works from the inside. It is a choice every single night to be here, to be present, to be the person who makes the coffee and reads the book and leaves the cushion wrinkled. The case is not just solved, it is shared. It is a secret now between me and the silence. And the secret is this: we are all just practicing every day the art of staying. We turn our keys, we clutter our spaces, we make noise, all to keep that other perfect quiet at bay. We are all one turn lock away from becoming a story that simply stops. I go to bed, I leave the light on in the hallway. It is a small human thing to do, a night light against the vastness. And as I drift into a fitful sleep, I know that tomorrow, when I turn the lock and open the door to go out into the world, the act will feel different. It will feel less like a routine and more like a decision. A daily, conscious decision to come back. The morning light feels different. It is sharper, more deliberate. I make coffee again, the ritual feeling less like a habit and more like a statement, a declaration of intent for the day. The steam rises from the mug, and I watch it, thinking of other mornings, other kitchens. I get dressed, and my fingers pause on the doorknob. Taking a breath, I turn the lock and step out into the hallway, pulling the door shut behind me. The sound of the latch engaging is a period at the end of a sentence. I walk down the stairs, each step a conscious movement. The city is its usual chaotic self. A delivery truck double parked, a group of tourists consulting a map, the smell of exhaust and fresh bread from a bakery. It is all so loud, so vibrant, so full of life insisting upon itself. I used to move through it on autopilot. Today I am a part of it. I am choosing to be a part of it. I walk without a real destination, just walking to feel the pavement under my shoes, to feel the sun on my face. My hand is in my pocket and my fingers close around my key ring. I feel the jagged edges of each key, the smooth curve of the fob. They are no longer just tools. They are promises I have made to myself, to return, to remain. I find myself at the small park a few blocks away. I sit on a bench and watch a man throw a ball for his dog. The simple, unthinking joy of the animal, the patient repetition of the man. It is a different kind of ritual, one of connection. I think about their chair turned toward the room, a final look. I understand now that it wasn't a look of regret or of sadness. It was an assessment, a final, quiet acknowledgement of a life that had served its purpose and was now being let go. There is a terrible peace in that thought. My phone buzzes in my pocket. It has a text from a friend asking if I want to meet for lunch later. I look at the screen at the simple, mundane question. A thread tethering me to the world. I type out a reply. Yes, I liked that. I stand up from the bench and continue my walk. The case file is closed, tucked away in a drawer, but its lesson is carried with me. The mystery of their disappearance is no longer a hole in the world. It is a quiet, personal landmark on my own map, a place I visit in my mind to remember that my presence here is not an accident. It is a choice, renewed with every turned key, every made cup of coffee, every answered text. The most profound disappearances are chosen, but so I realize are the most profound returns. I turn onto my street, the familiar buildings a comfort. I climb the stairs, put the key in the lock, and turn it. The sound is the same as it ever was, but I am not. I step inside into the messy, imperfect evidence of my life, and I close the door behind me. I am home. For today, that is the only answer I need. I leave my keys in the bowl by the door. The spare key, the one that started all this, sits a little apart from the others. I look at it for a long moment, this small piece of metal that held the echo of another's choice. Then I pick it up. I don't put it away in a drawer. I slide it onto my own key ring. It settles next to my house key and my office key with a soft clink of metal, a reminder, a companion. The afternoon passes in a strange, lucid calm. I do the dishes, I answer a few emails, I look out the window. Each action is performed with a new awareness, a heightened sense of its voluntary nature. This is not just what I do. This is what I choose to do. When my friend arrives for lunch, her laughter is louder than I remember, the colors of her shirt more vivid. We talk about nothing important, about work and movies and mutual acquaintances, the ordinary chatter of life, and for the first time it doesn't feel small, it feels essential. It feels like a shared pact against the silence. I find myself listening more intently, not just to her words, but to the life behind them. Later, back in my apartment, the silence is waiting, but it feels different now. It is no longer an accusation or a temptation. It is just a space, a canvas, and the noise I make, the click of the keyboard, the running of the tap, is the paint. I am the one deciding what to fill it with. As dusk falls, I take the case file out of the drawer. I don't open it. I carry it to the small fireplace I never use and place it inside on the grate. I strike a match. The flame catches the corner of the manila folder, curling it black before blooming into a steady fire. I watch as the photographs, the door, the lock, the perfectly smooth chair are consumed. The edges glow orange, then crumble into ash. The truth is not in the paper. It is in me now. It is a part of my own architecture. The fire burns down to embers. A faint smell of smoke hangs in the air, a scent of conclusion. I go to the window one last time. The city is lighting up against the deep blue of evening. 1,000 windows, 1,000 lights. Behind each one, a life is being lived or being left. A choice is being made moment by moment to stay in the story. I think of them wherever they are. I hope they found their quiet. I hope the world they walked into was enough. Then I turn my back to the window. I look at my own room, my own chair, my own unmade bed. It is not perfect. It is mine. I take a deep breath and the air is just air. The lock on my door is just a lock. For now, that is all it needs to be. The mystery is over. The living remains. The next morning, the smell of smoke is gone, replaced by the usual dust and stale coffee. The ashes in the fireplace are cold. I sweep them up without ceremony and toss them out. The act is final. The past is disposed of. I go to work. The routine of the office is a strange comfort. The hum of the computers, the murmur of voices, the endless cycle of tasks. It is a different kind of noise, a structured one. I complete my work with a focus I haven't felt in years. It is not passion, but it is presence. I am here doing this. My colleague stops by my desk, leaning against the partition. Big plans for the weekend, he asks, the same question he asks every Friday. The old answer would have been a shrug, a non-committal, not much. The truth, of course, was nothing at all. Just the empty ritual of 2 days waiting for Monday to come again. I look up from my screen. I think I might go for a drive, I say. The words surprise me as much as they surprise him. Yeah, where to? I don't know yet, just somewhere that isn't here. He nods, a flicker of something like understanding in his eyes. Sounds good, get some air. He moves on to the next desk, repeating his question. The idea takes root. After work, I stop at a gas station and fill the tank. I buy a cheap map from a spinning rack inside. I spread it out on my kitchen table that evening, the paper crinkling under my hands. I trace the lines of highways with my finger, routes leading out of the city into the green spaces on the edges of the map. I am not running, I am exploring. There is a difference. On Saturday morning, I pack a bag. A change of clothes, a bottle of water, the map. I do not plan a destination. I just drive. I roll the windows down, letting the rush of wind fill the car, drowning out the thoughts that are always there. I drive for hours until the buildings thin out and are replaced by fields and trees. I stop at a roadside diner for lunch. The coffee is terrible and strong. The eggs are greasy. It is perfect. I sit at the counter and listen to the conversations around me, the easy, uncomplicated talk of weather and crops and local gossip. It is a world away from my own. I find a state park and pull in. I pay the entry fee to a ranger in a booth who smiles and hands me a map of the trails. I walk for miles, my feet on dirt and pine needles, the only sounds my own breathing and the birds in the trees. The silence here is not the same as the silence in my apartment. This silence is alive. It is filled with things growing and decaying, with a world that operates on a scale much larger than my own concerns. I do not have any grand epiphany. The weight in my chest does not magically lift, but it shifts. It becomes something I can carry. On the drive back, as the sun sets behind the hills, I think about the key on my ring. Their key. It is not a burden anymore. It is a compass. It points toward the fragility of things, and in doing so, it makes every ordinary moment feel a little more extraordinary. I return to my apartment as night falls. The door is just a door. The lock is just a lock. I turn the key and step inside. The room is exactly as I left it. The mess is mine. The silence is mine. I take a shower and the hot water feels like a blessing. I make a simple dinner and eat it at the table, not in front of the television. I am tired in a good way, a physical tiredness that promises real sleep. Before I go to bed, I stand at the window one last time. The city lights glow, a constellation of chosen lives. Somewhere out there, someone is just arriving at their own moment of decision. Someone else is turning away from it. The cycle continues. I get into bed and turn out the light. The darkness is complete, but for the first time in a long time, it feels like rest and not like a rehearsal. The choice has been made for today. Tomorrow I will make it again. The next morning the sun wakes me early. It is a clean, clear light that falls across the floorboards, highlighting the dust motes dancing in the air. I watch them for a while, these tiny, chaotic worlds, and I do not feel the need to clear them away. The routine begins again. The shower, the shave, the coffee. Each motion is familiar, but today it feels less like a statement and more like a rhythm. A song I know by heart. I am learning the notes, not just humming the tune. I dress and go to the door. My keys are in the bowl. I scoop them up and my thumb finds the spare key by touch alone. It is cool and smooth. I do not pause. I open the door and step out into the day. The city greets me with its usual cacophony. I walk to the newsstand on the corner and buy a paper. The vendor knows me by sight and gives a curt nod. It is a tiny connection, a thread in the fabric of the ordinary. I sit on a bench in a small square to read it. The news is the same as it ever was: conflict and politics and human folly. But today I read it with a sense of distance. These are the stories of people who are still deep in the noise, who haven't heard the silence waiting underneath, or if they have, they are fighting it with all their might. A pigeon struts near my feet, pecking at a piece of discarded bread. Its life is simple. It does not contemplate its end, it simply is. For a moment I envy it its ignorance, its pure, unthinking existence. But then I look down at the paper in my hands, at the stories of love and loss and courage, and I know that the weight is the price of the depth. The silence is the cost of the noise. I fold the paper and leave it on the bench for someone else. The walk back to my apartment is slow. I notice the details. I usually miss the intricate pattern of ironwork on a balcony, the way the morning light catches the edge of a glass building, the sound of my own footsteps on the pavement. Back inside, the silence is there. It has not moved. It will never move. But I am different. I am not afraid of it anymore. It is not a thing to be kept at bay with clutter and sound. It is a part of the room, like the walls or the floor, a fact. I take the key ring from my pocket. I hold it in my palm, feeling the weight of all the choices it represents. Then I carefully unclip the spare key, the other brass key. It lies alone in my hand, a small, cold sliver of a story that is now a part of my own. I do not put it back in the bowl. I walk to the window and open it. The sounds of the city rush in, a wave of life. I look down at the key in my hand and then I throw it. It flashes once in the sun, a brief, bright glint, and then it is gone, lost forever in the grates and the shadows and the endless motion of the street below. I close the window. The room is quiet again. I am here, the lock is on the inside, and for now that is all. The steam from the tea rises in a thin, wavering line, and I watch it until it dissipates into the air of the room. I do not move to drink it right away. The warmth of the cup is enough for now. It is a small anchor in the quiet afternoon. I think about the key lying somewhere in the city's gutters. It will be found or it will not. It will be picked up by a curious child, or it will be ground into the pavement by the relentless traffic. It no longer matters. Its purpose for me is served. It was a key to a lock, but also a key to a thought, and that thought is now my own. I do not need the physical object to remember. The phone rings, a sharp, intrusive sound. I let it ring 3 times before I answer. It is my sister, her voice bright and full of the mundane details of her life, a problem with her garden hose, her son's upcoming school play. I listen, and this time I do not just hear the noise. I hear the love in her frustration, the pride in her worry. I hear the life she has built, choice by choice. "Are you okay?" she asks, her tone shifting. "You seem quiet." "I am," I say, and for the first time I believe it. I am just here. After the call, the silence returns, but it is a comfortable silence. It is the silence of a room where someone is content to simply be. I finish my tea. I wash the cup and place it back in the cupboard. The simple arc of the action is satisfying. Later, I sit in my chair. I do not pick up a book. I just sit and look at the room. I see the scuff mark on the baseboard from when I moved the table. I see the faint water stain on the ceiling from the leak upstairs 2 years ago. I see the way the afternoon light stretches across the floor. These are not flaws. They are records. They are the evidence of time passing within these walls. My time. The decision to stay is not a single, grand gesture. It is made anew in 1,000 tiny ways, in the washing of a cup, in the listening to a sister's story, in the acceptance of a quiet moment. It is the continual turning of a lock from the inside. As the day fades into evening, I feel a sense of calm that is deeper than any I have known. The case is not just closed, it is integrated. The mystery of another's end has become the foundation for my continued beginning. The silence is no longer a thing to be feared. It is the canvas upon which I paint the ordinary, beautiful noise of my life, and for now that is enough. The lock is on the inside. I am here. The next few days pass in a similar rhythm. The sharp edges of my new awareness begin to soften, not into dullness, but into a comfortable fit, like a well-worn jacket. I move through my life with a steadiness I did not know I possessed. On Thursday, I decide to cook a proper meal. I go to the market and choose vegetables for their color and firmness. I select a piece of fish that looks fresh. Back in my kitchen, I chop onions and garlic, the familiar scent rising around me. I take my time. There is no rush. The sizzle as the food hits the pan is a small, satisfying music. I set the table for one properly with a placemat and a cloth napkin. I sit down to eat. The food is good. It is simple, but it is nourishing. I taste every bite. This, too, is a choice, to not just consume, but to appreciate. After dinner, I wipe down the counters. The kitchen is clean. The light is low. A sense of completion settles over the apartment. I realize I have not thought about the case or the key or the silence for hours. The thoughts have not vanished. They have simply been woven into the background, the way the pattern on a quilt becomes part of the whole. I go to the window for the last time before bed. The city winks back at me, 1,000 points of light, 1,000 stories. Some are ending, some are just beginning. Most are simply continuing, moment by moment, choice by choice. I turn away, I brush my teeth. I get into bed. The room is dark and still. My breathing slows. The choice has been made again today. It was made in the buying of food, the cooking of a meal, the cleaning of a plate. It was made in the quiet appreciation of a day without drama or fear. I close my eyes. The mystery is over. The living remains, and it is enough. The sound of the alarm the next morning is not an intrusion, but a call to order. I rise and dress with a sense of purpose that feels neither forced nor fleeting. The day outside is overcast, a soft gray light filtering through the windows, and it suits my mood perfectly. There is no need for sun today. I decide to work from a coffee shop. It is a small thing, but it is a change. The walk is brisk, the air cool against my face. The shop is bustling with the low murmur of conversations and the sharp hiss of the espresso machine. I find a small table near the back and open my laptop. The work is the same, but the context is different. I am not hiding in my apartment. I am participating. A woman at the next table catches my eye and smiles faintly over the top of her book. It is not an invitation, just a simple, casual acknowledgement of shared space. I return the smile, a small, genuine gesture, and then return to my screen. The moment passes, but it leaves a trace, a connection, however minor, a thread. Later, as I pack up to leave, I notice the book she is reading. It is one I know. Without overthinking it, I pause by her table. It's a good one, I say, my voice sounding more sure than I feel. The ending stays with you. She looks up, slightly surprised, but not unpleasantly so. Oh, you've read it. I'm enjoying it, but it's taking me forever to get through. We talk for a minute, just a brief exchange about the author, about other books. It is nothing profound, but it is easy. It is human. When I leave, I feel the weight of the spare key is gone not just from my ring, but from my spirit. I have replaced it with this, with the ability to make a small, new thing in the world. The walk home is quiet. The gray sky is beginning to release a fine, misting rain. I don't hurry. I let it dampen my hair and my shoulders, feeling the coolness seep through my jacket. It feels like a baptism of the ordinary. Back in my apartment, I hang my wet jacket on the hook behind the door. The room is waiting, silent and still, but it is my silence now. I have furnished it with my choices. I make another cup of tea and sit in my chair. I do not look out the window at the 1,000 other lives. I look at my own. The scuff mark, the water stain, the way the gray light makes the dust on the shelves seem softer. This is the evidence. This is the story. And I know with a certainty that finally feels earned that I will be here tomorrow. I will make the choice again, to stay in the story, to turn the lock from the inside, to live. The knock at the door when it comes is soft and hesitant. It is a sound that does not belong to the mailman or a delivery. I set my tea down and go to answer it. Mrs. Gable from down the hall stands there, wringing her hands slightly. She looks older under the dim hallway light. "I'm so sorry to bother you," she says, her voice a thin whisper. "My television, it's gone all fuzzy. My son usually comes on Sundays to fix these things, but..." She trails off, looking helpless. I have lived next to her for 5 years, and we have exchanged nothing more than polite nods. "Let me see," I say, and step out into the hall, pulling my door shut behind me. I don't bother with the key. The lock is on the inside. Her apartment is a mirror image of my own, but cluttered with a lifetime of possessions. Photographs of children and grandchildren cover every surface. The television screen is indeed a storm of gray static, hissing like a trapped animal. I check the connections, all snug in their ports. I find the remote and try the input button, cycling through the sources until the screen clears into the bright, cheerful colors of a baking show. The sudden silence after the static is profound. Oh, Mrs. Gable breathes, her face relaxing into a smile. You're a lifesaver. Thank you, dear. Would you like a cup of tea? I have some short bread. I almost say no, the habit is strong. But I look at her hopeful face, at the two china cups already set out on a small tray, as if she had been hoping for company all along. I would, I say. We sit in her crowded living room and she talks. She tells me about her late husband, about her son who visits every Sunday, about the lemon tree she once tried to grow on her balcony. I listen, I drink the tea, I eat the shortbread. It is buttery and sweet. It is not a profound connection, it is a simple one. But for 20 minutes, the silence in my own apartment is filled with the sound of another person's history. And when I leave, she presses the rest of the shortbread into my hands, wrapped in a paper napkin. Back in my own space, I place the shortbread on the counter. The silence welcomes me back, but it feels different. It feels shared somehow, less absolute. The lock on my door is a choice, but it is not a barrier to everything. It is a definition, not a defense. I finish my own tea, now cold. The taste of the shortbread still lingers. The mystery is over. The living remains, and it is, I decide, more than enough. It is everything. The next morning I wake before the alarm. The first thing I see is the paper napkin on the counter, a small, crumpled flag of yesterday's connection. I make my coffee and take a piece of the shortbread with it. The sweetness is a good start to the day. At work, the same reports, the same screens, the same low hum of fluorescent lights, but my desk feels different. It feels like a place I choose to be, not a place I am trapped. When my colleague stops by and asks his usual question, "How's it going?" I don't just give my standard grunt. I look up. "It's going," I say, and I mine it. "You." He seems surprised by the question, blinking for a second before shrugging. "Can't complain, weekend's almost here." Yeah, I agree, and for the first time I am not just counting the hours until escape. The weekend will come, and it will be its own thing. I will be in it. During my lunch break, I don't eat at my desk. I take my sandwich outside and sit on a bench in the small plaza near the office. I watch people. A couple argues quietly on a nearby bench, their words a tense, hushed murmur. A tourist studies a map with intense concentration. A pigeon, perhaps the same one from days ago, struts confidently near my feet. I break off a small piece of my crust and toss it to him. The afternoon passes without event. At 5 o'clock, I shut down my computer, pack my bag, and leave. The walk home is the same route I have taken for years, but my footsteps feel lighter. The city's noise is no longer an assault. It is a symphony I am learning to hear the parts of. I stop at the market again. I don't need much, but I want to go. I choose a ripe pear and a loaf of bread. At the checkout, the cashier, a young man with tired eyes, scans my items. "Have a good one," he mumbles, as he does to every customer. "You too," I say, and I watch him look up just for a second, as if hearing the words for the first time. A tiny crack in the routine, a moment of recognition. Back in my apartment, I put the pear and the bread away. The silence is there, deep and familiar. I stand in the middle of the room and breathe it in. It is not empty. It is full of my choices, my small victories, the taste of shortbread, the memory of a fuzzy television screen. I know that the feeling might not last. There will be bad days again, days when the silence feels heavy and the lock feels like a cage. But that is okay. The choice is not to feel happy all the time. The choice is to be present for all of it. I go to the window and look out. The lights are coming on one by one as the sky deepens to violet. Somewhere a key is lying in a gutter. Somewhere a woman is reading a book. Somewhere an old lady is watching a baking show. The world is endlessly complicated and endlessly simple. I turn from the window. I am here. The lock is on the inside, and for the first time in a very long time, that feels like exactly enough. The pear is still on the counter the next evening, a quiet green shape in the twilight of the kitchen. I pick it up. Its skin is cool and slightly rough under my thumb. I run the tap until the water is cold and wash it carefully, watching the droplets bead on its surface. I do not slice it. I eat it whole, standing at the counter, feeling the crisp give of the flesh, the sweet juice that escapes at the first bite. It is a simple, perfect thing. I eat it slowly, savoring each mouthful until nothing is left but the core and the seeds. I hold the core for a moment, this proof of something complete, before dropping it into the bin. The act feels significant, though I could not say why. It is just a piece of fruit. But the attention paid to it, the sheer focus on its taste and texture, feels like a form of prayer, a gratitude for the ordinary. Later, I remember the shortbread. I take the napkin from the counter and unfold it. There are 3 pieces left. I do not eat them. Instead, I fold the napkin back around them and carry it to my door. I step out into the hall and walk the few steps to Mrs. Gable's door. I knock softly. She answers after a moment, her face illuminated by the warm light from her apartment. I brought these back, I say, holding out the napkin. I wanted to thank you again. It was very good. Her face brightens, not at the return of the shortbread, but at the sight of me. Oh, nonsense, you keep them. I have a whole tin. Then perhaps I could have another cup of tea with you instead, I hear myself say. The words are out before I can reconsider them, but they feel right. Her smile widens. I'd like that very much. I step inside. The television is off. The silence in her apartment is a comfortable one, filled with the presence of her memories. We sit and she talks. This time I do more listening. I ask a question about the lemon tree. She tells me its entire story, from a hopeful seedling to its eventual surrender to a cold snap. It is a story of disappointment, but she tells it with a kind of fondness. It was her tree. She tried. When I return to my own apartment, the silence there is different. It is not less mine, but it is more porous. It allows for the echo of another voice, the memory of another story. I sit in my chair. The streetlights cast long rectangles of orange light on the floor. I think about the pear and the shortbread and the lemon tree that never bore fruit. These are the things that make a life, not the grand mysteries, but the small, shared moments of sweetness and failure and trying. The lock is on the inside, but I am learning that a door can also be opened. Story 3. The steam from my coffee swirled in the first weak light of dawn, catching on the dust motes dancing in the silent, still air of the hallway. I took a slow sip, the ceramic warm against my palm, and that S when I saw it. The grain of the wood was wrong, a shade darker than the aged oak paneling it was set into, and the brass knob was dull, untouched by the polish of daily use. My own reflection stared back from its blank surface, a silent witness to an impossibility. This door, cold and solid under my fingertips, had never been there before. I knew this house. I knew the precise number of steps from our bedroom to the kitchen, the exact spot on the 3rd stair that groaned underfoot, the way the morning light fell in a specific rectangle on the hall runner. This was my domain, a map etched into my bones from years of quiet, predictable living. The hallway was a straight shot, a simple tunnel of familiar doors leading to familiar rooms. There was no space for another door, no architectural logic to its existence. It was a solid, undeniable fact, as out of place as a tree growing through the living room floor. My first thought was not of fear, but of a simple, solvable error, a trick of the light, a lapse in my own memory. Perhaps my husband had mentioned a renovation, a surprise he deplanned. He was a thoughtful man, always fixing things, improving our home. This had to be his doing. A new closet, perhaps, a clever use of dead space I'd never noticed. The certainty of that explanation was a warm blanket. I almost smiled at his ingenuity. I decided to leave it for him to show me, a small mystery to unravel over breakfast. I finished my coffee and went about my morning, the rhythm of the routine smoothing over the strange bump in my reality. The hum of the refrigerator, the scent of toast, the sound of the shower running upstairs. These were the anchors of my day. When he came down, I mentioned it casually. I saw the new door in the hall. "What's the project?" He paused, a slice of bread halfway to the toaster. His face was a calm mask of confusion. "What door?" "The one in the hallway, right across from the linen closet." He smiled then, a gentle, patronizing curve of his lips I knew well. "Sweetheart, there is no door there. You must have dreamed it." He said it with such finality, such effortless certainty, that for a moment I believed him. It was easier to believe I was mistaken than to believe the walls of my world had shifted without my consent. But after he left, the house fell into a deeper silence. I stood before it again. I ran my hand over the unvarnished wood, felt the cold brass of the knob. This was no dream. The grain was rough under my fingertips, the iron keyhole beneath the knob a dark, vacant eye. It was real. His denial was the first crack, a hairline fracture in the foundation of my certainty. Why would he lie about a door? I began to watch him more closely. I listened to the cadence of his voice when he spoke of his day, the way he moved through the rooms. I noticed new things, small things I had previously dismissed as quirks. The way he always locked his study door, not just closed it, but turned the key with a definitive click. The low hum of conversation I sometimes heard from behind that door late at night, a murmur I'd always attributed to the radio or a phone call. Now the sound seemed secretive. I started to question my own perceptions. Had that hum always been there? Had he always locked his study? I began to retrace my steps through our life together, revisiting old memories with these new, suspicious eyes. The weekend he spent repainting the entire hallway. He said it was to brighten the place up, but he done it alone, insisting I visit my sister. I remembered coming home to the sharp, clean smell of paint, the walls a uniform, unbroken white. Had he been covering something up, erasing something? I thought about his meticulous nature, his need for order. He kept a log of everything, from grocery lists to mileage on the car. Our life was a carefully curated exhibit. A new door didn't fit the display. It was an anomaly he would either have to explain or eliminate. My suspicion was a vine twisting through my thoughts, choking out my calm. I started to suspect everyone, even myself. Was I going mad? Was this the beginning of some quiet, internal unraveling my mother had warned me about? But the door remained, a physical truth. I found myself drawn to it at odd hours, standing in the dark hallway, just listening. Once I pressed my ear against the cool wood and heard nothing but a profound, hollow silence. Another time, I swear I felt a faint, cold draft from the keyhole, carrying a scent that was alien to our home, a damp, earthy smell, like wet stone and turned soil. I became obsessed with the lock. I rifled through his drawers when he was out, looking for a key that matched the peculiar, old-fashioned shape of the keyhole. I found boxes of keys, labeled and organized, but none fit. His order, once a comfort, now felt like a fortress of secrets. The house itself began to feel different. The familiar groan of the floorboards sounded like a warning. The way the shadows fell in the evening seemed deliberate, hiding corners I thought I knew. The calm voice I started with was gone, replaced by a constant, low thrum of anxiety. I stopped asking him about the door. His denials had become sharper, his patience thinner. The look in his eyes when I mentioned it was no longer confusion, but something else, something guarded and weary. We began to move around each other like strangers, our conversations a polite script performed over dinner. The truth was no longer a solid thing I could grasp. It was fluid seeping into the cracks between us, changing shape. Who was the victim here? Was it me, trapped in a house with a man who gaslit me and a door that shouldn't exist? Or was it him, trapped with a wife who was slowly succumbing to paranoia, questioning the very reality he had built for them? One rain-swept evening, I found him standing in the hallway, staring at the door. He didn't know I was there. His hand was outstretched, not quite touching the wood, his expression unreadable. It wasn't confusion or denial I saw on his face. It was recognition and something that looked like grief. He didn't jump when I finally spoke. He just lowered his hand slowly, as if caught in a private ritual. "You see it too," I said. It wasn't a question. He turned to me and his eyes were tired, so tired. "I see a wall," he said, his voice flat. "I see the same wall that's always been there." But he didn't sound convinced. He sounded like a man reciting lines from a play he no longer believed in. He walked away, leaving me alone in the hallway. The door stood between us, a silent monument to a story we were both telling, but from completely different pages. I don't know what is behind it. I don't know if he built it or if it simply appeared. I don't know if I am the keeper of a secret or the subject of an experiment. I only know that the door is real, and that some truths are not found in what is revealed, but in what is steadfastly, terrifyingly denied. The mystery is no longer about the door itself. It is about the man who lives with me and the thing we have both decided to never, ever open. The rain intensified, hammering against the windows like frantic fingers. I stood in the hallway long after he had gone. The image of his hand hovering near the door burned into my vision. That was not the gesture of a man dismissing a fantasy. It was the act of someone communing with a memory or a ghost. Sleep was impossible. I lay beside him in the dark, listening to the rhythm of his breathing, trying to decipher its truth. Was it the even cadence of innocent sleep, or the controlled measure of a man pretending? The space between us in the bed felt vast, a chasm filled with unspoken things and a door that was only a wall. The next morning he was gone before I woke. A note on the kitchen counter, written in his precise script, said he had an early meeting. The house was oppressively quiet, the only sound the drip of water from the eaves. My coffee tasted like ash. My routines felt meaningless, hollow rituals performed in a dollhouse that was no longer mine. I found myself back in the hallway, a dust cloth in my hand as a flimsy excuse for being there. I traced the outline of the door, the place where its edge met the original wall. My fingers, seemingly of their own volition, brushed against the keyhole. The cold metal bit into my skin, and then I felt it again, that faint, almost imperceptible draft. It was stronger today, carrying that same damp mineral scent. It was the smell of a place deep underground. A wild, desperate thought took hold. I went to the kitchen and pulled a thin, flexible barbecue skewer from a drawer. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. This was madness, but his denial had made it necessary. Back at the door I knelt, my knees pressing into the hard floor. I inserted the tip of the skewer into the keyhole. It slid in without resistance, meeting no tumbler, no mechanism. The hole was just a hole, an empty passage. I pushed the skewer further inch by inch until only a small length remained in my hand. The skewer had vanished into the darkness beyond the door. There was no sound of it hitting a back panel, no scrape against an interior wall. It had just gone. I pulled it back. The metal was cold, beaded with tiny droplets of moisture. I brought it to my nose, wet stone and earth. The smell of the draft concentrated. A sound from upstairs made me jump, a soft thud like a book falling over. He wasn't supposed to be home. I froze, the skewer clutched in my hand like a weapon. The house settled back into silence. It was just the old building talking to itself, I reasoned. But the fear was real, a sharp, metallic taste in my mouth. I had to know. The lock was a dead end, but the door itself was just wood. He had tools in the garage. a crowbar, a hammer. It would be so easy to break the silence, to splinter this thing open and see what truth he was so desperate to keep contained. But as I stood there, a colder realization washed over me. Breaking it open would be an act of war. It would shatter the fragile, unspoken truce we were living. It would give a name to the thing festering between us. And once it was open, whatever was behind it, be it a forgotten room, a void, or something else, would be out. There would be no putting it back. The choice was no longer about curiosity. It was a question of which reality I preferred to live in, one of haunted ignorance or one of potentially terrifying knowledge. I looked down at the damp skewer in my hand, a physical piece of evidence from a world he said wasn't there. I hid it in the very back of my underwear drawer, a secret to match his own. The door could wait. I needed to understand the man who guarded it first. The key felt like a cold, dead weight in my palm. I stared at it lying there on the stack of my neatly folded sweaters. It was old, iron, heavy and black, its teeth worn smooth with use. It was not like any other key in his organized collection. This one was hidden, tucked beneath a false bottom in the drawer of his bedside table, a place I had only thought to check because I remembered him fidgeting with the drawer-esque corner once, long ago, when he thought I was asleep. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic rhythm that seemed to echo in the silent bedroom. This was it, the proof. He had a key and he had lied. The muddy shoes were one thing, a possible anomaly, but this was deliberate concealment. I didn't take it, not yet. Closing the drawer quietly, I left the key where it was. Taking it would alert him. Instead, I went downstairs, my mind racing. I needed to see his reaction. I needed to force his hand. That evening, I cooked his favorite meal. I set the table carefully, lit a candle. I put on a dress and smiled. I was playing a part, the part of the wife who had moved on, who had accepted his reality. We ate with the quiet clink of silverware between us. The rain had returned, streaking the dark windows. I was thinking, I said, my voice light, conversational, about that odd draft in the hallway. You know, the one by the wall opposite the linen closet. It has been so chilly there. I wonder if there's a leak in the siding behind the plaster. Maybe we should call someone to take a look. He froze, his fork halfway to his mouth. His eyes flicked up to meet mine, and for a fraction of a second I saw a flash of pure, unguarded panic. It was there and gone so quickly I might have imagined it, replaced by a mask of calm concern. A draft, he repeated, setting his fork down. I haven't felt anything. It is very faint, I pressed, but it is constant, and it has a strange smell, earthy, like wet leaves. He wiped his mouth with his napkin, a slow, deliberate motion. It is an old house, sweetheart. They settle, they develop quirks. It is probably just air moving through the attic space. His tone was gentle, but his knuckles were white where he gripped the table. It doesn't smell like the attic, I said, holding his gaze. It smells like the ground, like something buried. The silence that followed was thick and heavy, broken only by the patter of rain. He looked at me and I saw the calculation in his eyes. He was weighing my sanity, my persistence. He was deciding what to do with me. You've been under a lot of stress, he said finally, his voice soft, infuriatingly reasonable. Perhaps we should take a trip, get away from this house for a while. It was a dismissal, a solution that involved removing me from the equation. My blood ran cold. He wasn't just lying, he was managing me. I don't need a trip, I said, my own voice hardening. I need to know why there's a door in our hallway that you insist isn't there. His face closed off completely. The concern vanished, replaced by a flat, weary finality. There is no door, he said, each word a stone dropped into a deep well. This conversation is over. He stood up, took his plate to the sink, and walked out of the kitchen. I heard the click of his study door locking behind him. I sat alone at the table, the candle flickering between us. The truce was shattered. He had shown his hand. He would not bend. He would not confess. He would simply wear me down until I either broke or surrendered. But he had underestimated me. He had forgotten the woman he married, the one who was patient, who observed, who waited for the right moment. The key was still upstairs, and now I knew, without a doubt, that it would fit the lock. The mystery was no longer just about the door. It was about what he was keeping behind it and what he was willing to do to keep it hidden. I blew out the candle, plunging the room into darkness, and made my decision. I would not wait for his permission to open it. I would wait for him to leave, and then I would learn the truth for myself. The house held its breath with me. 2 days passed, each hour stretching like taffy, filled with the silent, screaming tension of our unspoken war. He watched me when he thought I wasn't looking, his gaze a tangible weight. I pretended to read, to garden, to be soothed by his suggestion of a trip. I was the picture of wifely capitulation. Then this morning the phone call, a client emergency, he said. He'd be gone for most of the day. His kiss on my cheek was perfunctory, dry. The moment his car disappeared down the lane, the air in the house changed. It was time. My hands were steady as I climbed the stairs. I went to his bedside table, my movements quick and sure. The false bottom gave way with a soft click. The key was there, cold and heavy. It felt like a sin in my hand. I descended to the hallway, my pulse a wild drum in my ears. The door waited, silent and imposing. The brass of the lock seemed to gleam with a light of its own. This was it, the end of the life I knew. I fitted the key into the lock. It slid in perfectly, a seamless union. I turned it. The mechanism groaned, a deep, reluctant sound that vibrated through the wood and up my arm. It was a sound that hadn't been heard in a very long time. I turned the dull brass knob. It resisted for a moment, then gave with a shudder. I took a final, sharp breath of the familiar air of my home and pushed the door open. The smell hit me first, a solid wall of damp earth decay and the cold, clean scent of deep underground. It was the smell from the draft, but 1,000 times stronger. I blinked, my eyes struggling to adjust. There was no room, no closet, no forgotten space. Instead, a set of rough-hewn stone steps descended into absolute blackness. A cold, moist wind flowed up from the darkness, lifting the hair from my forehead. The steps were worn in the middle as if by the passage of countless feet. They did not belong under my house. They led down into the earth, far below the foundation. A part of me wanted to slam the door shut, to run, to forget, but a larger, more compelling force pulled me forward. I found my flashlight in the kitchen drawer, my hands moving on autopilot. At the threshold, I shone the light down. The beam did not find a wall or a floor. It was swallowed by the immensity of the space, illuminating only the first dozen steps before being consumed by the void. The air hummed with a silence so profound it felt like pressure on my skin. I had to know. I placed one foot on the top step. The stone was cold and slightly slippery. I began to descend, leaving the world of light and my old life behind. The door swung slowly shut behind me, cutting off the last glimpse of the hallway, and with a soft, final click I was locked in the dark. The air grew colder with each step, the dampness seeping through my shoes. The beam of the flashlight was a frail thing, a tiny lance of light in a vast, swallowing dark. It illuminated the steps, each one identical to the last, worn smooth and dipping slightly in the center. The walls were no longer the plaster and lath of my home, but rough, unfinished stone, slick with moisture. I lost count of the steps, 50, 100. The only sound was the scuff of my soles on stone and the frantic thud of my own heart. The staircase curved gently, spiraling deeper into the earth. The rational part of my mind screamed that this was impossible, that the geography was all wrong, that I should have hit water table or bedrock long ago. And then the steps ended. I stood on a rough stone landing, my light trembling in my hand. The beam stretched out into a cavernous space, so large the light could not find its far walls. The air was still and cold, and the smell of wet stone and age was overwhelming. This was not a cellar. This was a cavern. I took a few hesitant steps forward. The ground was uneven, scattered with loose rock. My light caught something on the wall ahead. I moved closer, my breath catching in my throat. It was a marking, a symbol carved into the stone. It looked ancient, a series of intersecting lines and curves that meant nothing to me, yet felt deeply, instinctively wrong. I reached out a hand, my fingers hovering just above the cold stone. The surface around the carving was smooth, as if touched by countless hands over centuries. A noise echoed from the darkness ahead. I froze, snapping the light off instinctively. The darkness was absolute, a physical weight. I held my breath, listening. There it was again, a soft, shuffling sound, the sound of something moving over stone. My mind conjured images of cave-dwelling animals, blind and pale, but the sound was too deliberate, too rhythmic. It was the sound of footsteps. Panic, cold and sharp, lanced through me. I was trapped down here. The door was locked behind me. I fumbled for the flashlight, my fingers numb with fear, and managed to switch it back on. The beam shot out, jerky and wild. It swept across the cavern floor and for a fraction of a second illuminated a figure. It was tall and indistinct, shrouded in deep shadow at the very edge of the light's reach. It stood perfectly still. I couldn't see a face, only a darker shape against the black. Then it moved. It didn't walk toward me. It simply stepped back, melting into the deeper darkness as if it were part of it. The shuffling sound faded, swallowed by the immense silence. I stood there paralyzed for what felt like an eternity. The beam of my flashlight was the only thing tethering me to reality. The figure was gone, but the feeling of being watched was a prickle on the back of my neck. I had to go back, I had to get out. I turned, scrambling back toward the staircase, my light bouncing crazily over the stone floor. I found the bottom step and began to climb, taking them two at a time, my lungs burning with the cold, thin air. The climb up felt infinitely longer than the climb down. My legs ached, and a sob of relief and terror caught in my throat when I finally saw the outline of the door above me. I stumbled up the last few steps and grabbed the doorknob. It wouldn't turn. I rattled it, my panic surging. It was locked. Of course it was locked. I had locked it from the inside when it swung shut. I fumbled in my pocket for the key, my fingers clumsy and cold. I found it, shoved it into the lock, and turned. The mechanism groaned and the lock released. I pushed the door open and fell back into my hallway, collapsing onto the familiar rug. I kicked the door shut behind me. The sound of the heavy wood slamming closed like a gunshot in a quiet house. I lay on the floor, gasping, the clean, normal air of my home filling my lungs. The rough, cold stone was gone, replaced by the soft weave of the rug. I was back, but I was not the same. I had my proof. The door was real. The world behind it was real. And my husband, the man I had shared a life with, knew exactly what was down there. He had been keeping it from me. He had been going down there. The muddy shoes, the late-night murmurs, the grief on his face, it all made a terrible, horrifying sense. I heard the crunch of gravel outside. His car was back. I scrambled to my feet, my heart leaping into my throat. I shoved the key deep into my pocket and ran to the kitchen, snatching up a dish towel. I was standing at the sink, pretending to wipe a perfectly clean counter, when the front door opened. He walked in, hanging his coat on the rack. His eyes found me immediately, and they narrowed slightly. He could feel it. The air was different. The door was closed, but the truth was out, hanging between us like a specter. "Good day," he asked, his voice carefully neutral. I turned to him, the dish towel clenched in my fist. I saw the man I loved, and I saw the keeper of a terrible secret. I saw the weariness in his eyes, and for the first time I understood its source. It wasn't me he was tired of. It was the burden, the thing in the dark. "Yes," I lied, my voice barely a whisper. It was quiet. He nodded, but his gaze drifted past me down the hallway to the door that was once again just a wall. He knew I knew. The game had changed. The question was no longer what was behind the door. The question was what he would do now that I had opened it. Didn't he move from the entryway? His stillness was more unnerving than any accusation. "You ray pale," he stated, his voice flat. "Did something happen while I was out?" The dish towel was damp in my hands. I forced myself to meet his gaze, to not let my eyes flick toward the hallway. "No, just a headache. I think I'll lie down." It was a weak excuse, a retreat, but I needed to get away from his searching look. He took a step forward, then another, his shoes quiet on the hardwood. He wasn't heading to his study. He was coming toward me. "A headache," he repeated, as if tasting the word and finding it bitter. He stopped a few feet away, close enough that I could see the faint stubble on his jaw, the tired lines around his eyes. The familiar scent of his cologne was suddenly a mockery. "We should talk about that trip," he said. His voice was low, almost a plea, but his eyes were hard. "I can make arrangements tomorrow. A week, maybe 2, somewhere warm. You'd like that, wouldn't you?" He was trying to remove me again, to take me away from the door, from the truth. The kindness in his offer was the worst lie of all. "I don't want to go anywhere," I said, my voice stronger than I felt. His jaw tightened, the mask of concern slipped, revealing a flash of raw frustration. "You ray not well, you ray obsessed with a draft, you ray not sleeping. This isn't good for you." "What isn't good for me?" I challenged, the words leaving my mouth before I could stop them. "The draft or the door?" The air left the room. His face went blank, a carefully constructed void. He didn't deny it this time. He didn't say anything. He just looked at me, and in that look I saw the depth of his deception. He had been prepared for my curiosity, for my fear, but not for my directness. He closed the distance between us in one swift movement. He didn't touch me, but he loomed, his presence suddenly overwhelming. The man I thought I knew was gone, replaced by this stranger, this guardian of the dark. "Forget the door," he whispered, the words harsh and low. "For your own sake, forget you ever noticed it. Some things are better left alone." It was as close to an admission as I would ever get, and it was a warning. Before I could respond, he turned and walked away, his footsteps heavy on the stairs. A moment later, I heard the bedroom door close. He had withdrawn, but the threat lingered in the silent kitchen. I stood there for a long time, listening to the old house settle. The familiar sounds were now sinister. Every creak was a footstep on stone. Every sigh of the wind was the breath of that cavern. The key in my pocket felt like it was burning a hole through the fabric. He thought his warning would frighten me into submission, but it had the opposite effect. His fear was genuine. He was terrified of what was down there, and even more terrified of me discovering it. I knew then that I couldn't wait. I couldn't spend another night in this house pretending. I had to go back. I had to see what he was so afraid of. And I had to do it now, while he thought I was cowed, while he was upstairs hiding from the truth he had helped create. The decision calmed me. I moved through the kitchen with a new purpose. I found a heavier flashlight, checked the batteries. I pulled on a thick sweater against the chill. My hands were steady. I waited until I heard the deep, even rhythm of his snore from our bedroom. Then, holding my breath, I crept back into the hallway. The wall was just a wall, but I knew its secret. The key was cold in my hand. This time I would not be coming back until I had answers. I inserted the key for the second time that day, the click of the lock echoing like a shot in the silent hall. I left the key in on the outside, a tiny promise of return. The door swung inward and the cold, earthy air washed over me once more. I did not hesitate. I stepped onto the top step and pulled the door closed behind me, sealing myself in the dark. The descent was faster this time, my feet knowing the worn steps even in the feeble light. I didn't stop at the landing. I swept my flashlight beam across the cavern floor toward where I had seen the figure. The light revealed nothing but more empty, rocky ground. I began to walk, following the curve of the cavern wall. The silence was a living thing. My light caught more of the strange carvings on the walls, clusters of them now, some so old they were barely more than faint scratches. The air grew colder, and a new sound began to thread through the silence, a faint, distant dripping of water. I followed the sound, my beam jumping ahead. The cavern narrowed into a rough tunnel, the ceiling dropping so low I had to stoop. The dripping grew louder. The tunnel opened abruptly into another, smaller chamber. And there in the center lay a still, black pool of water. It was the source of the dripping. But that wasn't what made my breath stop in my throat. Arranged around the pool were things. A worn wool blanket was folded neatly on a flat rock. Next to it, a tin cup and a small, empty plate. A few feet away, a pile of what looked like discarded, rotted clothing. This was not a natural formation. Someone lived here. Someone used this space. My light trembled as I swept it across the chamber. It caught on something pale and long, lying near the edge of the water. I took a step closer, my heart hammering against my ribs. It was a bone, a human femur, picked clean. A choked sound escaped me, and I stumbled backward, my light swinging wildly. The beam danced over the far wall of the chamber, and I saw it. A recess in the rock, a natural alcove, and within it a shape huddled on the ground, wrapped in a dark shroud. It was small, too small to be an adult. A raw animal noise of grief and horror filled the chamber, and it was a moment before I realized it had come from me. My legs gave way, and I fell to my knees on the cold stone. I understood then. The grief he carried, the late nights down here, the desperate secrecy. It wasn't a monster he was hiding. It was a grave. The pieces crashed together in my mind, the loss he would never speak of, the child we never had. He hadn't just mourned. He had stolen the small body from its resting place. He had brought it here to this secret, awful shrine. He had been keeping it, visiting it, living in this nightmare alone for who knows how long. The sound of a foot scuffing on stone behind me was too loud in the utter silence. I spun around, my flashlight beam slicing through the darkness. He stood at the mouth of the tunnel, his face a ghastly mask of anguish and terror in the sudden light. He wasn't sleeping upstairs. He had followed me. His eyes were not on me. They were fixed on the small, huddled shape in the alcove. His voice, when it came, was broken, stripped raw. "Please," he whispered, "please don't look. She wasn't supposed to be alone." I could only stare, my mind refusing to process the words. The cold of the stone seeped through my clothes, but it was nothing compared to the ice forming in my veins. He took a step into the chamber, his movements slow, defeated, as if all the fight had gone out of him. "She gets so cold down here," he murmured, his voice a broken thing. He wasn't looking at me anymore. His entire world had shrunk to that dark alcove. I brought her the blanket. I read to her sometimes. She always liked that. A fresh wave of nausea washed over me. The late-night murmurs I heard weren't nightmares. They were stories, lullabies for a child who would never hear them. "You took her," I said, the words barely audible. It wasn't a question. It was the only thing my reeling mind could latch onto, the ultimate violation, the unspeakable act. He finally looked at me, and the pain in his eyes was so profound it was like a physical blow. "They put her in the ground," he said, his voice cracking. "It was dark, and it was cold, and they just left her there. I couldn't leave her there alone." He sank to his knees a few feet from me, his shoulders slumping. The powerful, composed man I knew was gone, replaced by this shattered, grief-maddened shell. I had to bring her home. This was the only place no one would ever look. My grandfather showed me. He said every old house has its secrets. This one keeps them forever. The logic of a broken mind, it made a terrible, twisted sense to him. This wasn't an act of malice, but of a love so distorted by grief it had become a monstrous thing. I looked from his weeping form to the small, shrouded bundle in the alcove. My initial horror began to curdle into something else, a devastating, soul-crushing pity. This was the weight he had been carrying. This was the source of the shadow that had lived in our house for years. "We have to put her back," I whispered, the words tasting like ash. His head snapped up, panic flaring in his red-rimmed eyes. "No, you can take her from me again." "She has already gone," the words tore from me, louder than I intended, echoing in the hollow chamber. "This isn't keeping her. This is a nightmare for her, for you, for us." I pushed myself to my feet, my legs shaking. I took a step toward the alcove. He moved faster than I thought possible, scrambling on his knees to place himself between me and the alcove, his arms spread wide in a protective gesture. "Please," he begged, tears streaming down his face. "Don't touch her. Just go, please, just go back upstairs and forget. Let me have this. That's all I have left." I looked at my husband, a man I realized I had never truly known, guarding the corpse of our child in a tomb beneath our home. There was no going back upstairs. There was no forgetting. The life we had built was gone, collapsed into this damp, dark hole. I took a slow, deliberate step backward, then another. His eyes watched me, wide with fear and a desperate hope. I turned and walked away, leaving him there in the flickering light of my fallen flashlight. I climbed the stairs alone, each step heavier than the last. I emerged into the bright, normal hallway and closed the door on the darkness. I didn't lock it. I stood there, my hand on the knob, listening to the silence of the house. I could still smell the earth on my clothes. I knew then that I wouldn't call the police. I wouldn't tell a soul. Some truths are too terrible to share. The door would remain a secret within our home, and I would have to decide, moment by moment, whether I loved the man enough to endure the horror he carried, or if I would have to find a way to bury it for good. The hallway clock ticked, each sound a tiny hammer against the silence. My hand remained on the doorknob, the cold brass a bridge between my world and his. I could go to the kitchen, call someone, and end this, but the image of his face, raw and broken, held me still. I slowly turned the knob and opened the door a crack. A sliver of darkness and the faint, damp smell of the underground whispered out. I left it open. An inch, a gesture, an invitation for him to come back. I walked to the kitchen and put the kettle on. The mundane ritual was an anchor. The whistle of the kettle seemed unnaturally loud. I made 2 cups of tea, the way we both liked it. I carried them to the living room and set them on the coffee table. Then I sat in my usual chair and waited. I don't know how long I sat there, watching the steam rise and vanish from the cups. The house was so quiet I could hear the blood singing in my ears. Finally there was a sound, a soft, shuffling step on the hallway floorboards. He appeared in the doorway, his face pale and streaked with dirt and tears. He looked ancient, hollowed out. He hesitated, his eyes fixed on the second cup of tea. "Come and sit down," I said. My voice was hoarse but steady. He moved like a sleepwalker, lowering himself onto the sofa across from me. He didn't touch the tea. He just stared at his own grimy hands resting on his knees. "I'm sorry," he whispered to the floor. "I'm so sorry you had to see that." The words were so inadequate, so vastly small against the enormity of what he had done. Yet they were all he had. "What was her name?" I asked. It was the only question that mattered now. A tremor went through him. He squeezed his eyes shut. "Clara," he breathed, the name a sacred and painful thing. We were going to name her Clara. A fresh ache bloomed in my chest. A name made it real in a new way. She was no longer just a loss, a tragedy. She was Clara. He began to talk then, the words spilling out in a quiet, relentless stream. He spoke of the stillbirth, the unbearable silence in the delivery room. He spoke of the small white casket, the smell of turned earth at the graveside. He told me about the night a week later, a night of howling wind and driving rain, when a madness born of pure grief had taken him to the cemetery with a shovel. He told me about the door, a secret his own grandfather had shown him as a boy, swearing him to silence. It had been a place for hiding contraband during Prohibition, a forgotten relic. It became a tomb. "I lost my mind," he said, finally looking at me. His eyes were pleading for understanding I wasn't sure I possessed. I know that now, but in that moment it was the only thing that made sense. I couldn't abandon her. The tea grew cold in the cups. The room grew dark as the sun set outside, neither of us moving to turn on a lamp. We sat in the deepening twilight, surrounded by the ghost of our daughter. "I can't leave her down there," he said, his voice firming for the first time. It wasn't a plea anymore. It was a statement of fact. "I know," I said, and I did know. Forcing him to return her now would destroy him completely. It would destroy any fragile thing that was left between us. "But things have to change," I said, the words finding their own strength. "No more secrets, no more lying. You don't go down there alone anymore." He looked at me, a flicker of confusion in his exhausted eyes. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying if we are going to live with this," I said, gesturing vaguely toward the hallway and the door, "then we live with it together. We bear it together, or we don't bear it at all." I stood up and walked to the hallway. I picked up the flashlight I had dropped earlier. When I returned, I held it out to him. "Show me," I said. His eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" "Show me," I repeated, my voice softer now. "Show me where our daughter is. Show me what you've built for her down there." He stared at the flashlight as if it were a venomous snake. This was not the reaction he had prepared for. He had expected rage, rejection, police. Not this, not a shared burden. Slowly, hesitantly, he reached out and took the flashlight from my hand. He stood up, his movements stiff. He led the way back to the hallway, to the door that was still slightly ajar. He paused, his hand on the wood. "Are you sure?" he asked, his voice thick with emotion. "No," I answered truthfully, "but we're going anyway." He pushed the door open. The darkness beyond was absolute, but this time I was not going into it alone. We stepped over the threshold together, and he closed the door behind us, shutting out the world of the living, descending once more into the quiet world of the dead. The air was colder this time, or perhaps I was just more aware of it. Our footsteps were the only sound, a soft duet on the stone steps. He led the way, his flashlight beam a steady, sure guide, illuminating the path I had taken in frantic terror just hours before. He didn't speak, and neither did I. Words were too small for this place. We reached the chamber with the black pool. He didn't flinch from the sight of the blanket, the cup, the bone. He simply walked past them, his light unwavering, toward the alcove. He stopped a few feet short, his shoulders tense. "Here," he said, his voice a low rasp. I moved to stand beside him. The small, shrouded form was clearer now in the direct light. It was a tiny bundle, wrapped in what looked like a faded, embroidered shawl. It was both heartbreaking and strangely peaceful. He knelt down, his knees cracking in the silence. He reached out a trembling hand and gently adjusted a fold of the fabric. I tried to make it comfortable, he whispered, more to her than to me. I knelt beside him. The stone was unforgivingly cold. I didn't touch the bundle. I couldn't but I looked. I finally let myself look at the physical proof of our loss, the thing he had clung to with such desperate, terrible love. "Tell me about her," I said. He was silent for a long moment. Then he began to speak, his voice gaining a little strength. He talked about the dreams he'd had while I was pregnant, of teaching her to ride a bike, of reading her stories. He spoke of the shape of her hands on the ultrasound, the way she would kick when he played his guitar near my belly. He built a ghost of a life around that small bundle, a life full of love and light that had never been lived. I listened, and I cried silent tears that felt cold on my cheeks. I cried for the daughter we lost, for the father he could have been, for the man who was broken by it all. When his words finally faded, we sat in a silence that was no longer accusatory, but shared. It was a grief we now held between us, a terrible weight we would have to carry together. "We need to clean this place," I said finally, my practical nature surfacing through the numbness. "Properly, we need to make it respectful." He looked at me, a flicker of surprise and then profound gratitude in his eyes. He nodded slowly, "Yes." We stood up. The task ahead was monstrous, but it was a task. It was something to do besides drown in the horror. He shone the light around the chamber, and for the first time I saw it not just as a tomb, but as a place he had visited, a place that held the entirety of his sorrow. Together we walked back through the tunnels, the beam of light cutting a path through the darkness. We did not speak of the future, of what would happen tomorrow or the next day. We only spoke of the next immediate thing, getting a bucket, getting soap, getting fresh cloth. We climbed the stairs, and he closed the door behind us. He didn't lock it. We stood in the bright, normal hallway, two people forever changed, bound together now by a secret that lived just behind the wall. The world upstairs seemed like a distant memory, a play we had once acted in. The real world was down below in the quiet dark, waiting for us to return and tend to it. Story 4. I have been holding my breath for so long my lungs burn, listening to the porch light hum its steady, familiar note outside the screen door. It's the only sound now. The crickets have stopped, all of them at once. The light still glows, a perfect yellow circle on the warped floorboards, but the moths are gone. The space where their frantic shadows should be dancing is just empty. I didn't see them leave. I was just waiting for you to come home, listening for your footsteps on the gravel. But the gravel never crunches, and now I understand. The silence didn't fall, it was made. The coffee mug on the counter is still half full. The liquid inside is cold and has developed a skin, a fine membrane that shivers when I walk past. You left it there this morning, or perhaps it was yesterday morning. The rim bears the faint, crescent-shaped impression of your lip. I have not moved it. To move it would be to disturb the last tangible evidence of a routine now broken. The mug is white, plain, chipped on the base. A hairline crack runs from the chip toward the handle, a tiny, branching river on a porcelain map. I remember the sound it made when you set it down, a definitive click that meant you were leaving. Your favorite sweater is draped over the back of the kitchen chair. It is a heavy, cable-knit thing the color of oatmeal. From where I stand, I can see one sleeve hanging down, the cuff stretched and misshapen from you tugging at it. I can picture you pulling it on, your movements quick and efficient. The wool smells faintly of you, of your soap and the crisp, cold air you always carried in from outside. But there is another scent woven into the fibers now, something foreign and thin, like ozone after a distant storm. It is a smell that does not belong in this kitchen. The book on your nightstand is splayed open, face down. You always hated when I did that, said it broke the spine. You were so careful with your things. The pages are open to a chapter you never finished. A single sentence is underlined in pencil, a faint, precise gray line beneath the words he realized the truth had been waiting in the quiet all along. The pencil itself rests in the gutter of the book, a sharpened stub of graphite and wood. It is not like you to leave a mark in a book, or to leave one unfinished. The medicine cabinet mirror is colder than the room. My breath does not fog its surface. Inside, everything is arranged with a military neatness. Cotton swabs in a jar, toothpaste tube rolled from the bottom, a bottle of aspirin with the label facing forward. But on the bottom shelf, a distinct circle sits in a fine layer of dust. It is a perfect impression, the ghost of a small, round bottle. The dust around it is undisturbed. Whatever was there was removed with a careful, deliberate hand. It was not taken in a hurry. The gravel of the driveway is a sea of gray and white stones. From the window it looks undisturbed, but the light is different now, softer, casting longer shadows. They are near where you always park. The stones are not loose. They are pressed down as if by a great weight that has since been lifted. The pattern is not that of a tire tread. It is something flatter, something that settled and compressed, leaving a faint, shimmering dampness at the center of the impression, a dark star on the pale gravel. The phone in my hand is a black, silent slab. The screen reflects my own face, pale and indistinct. I have not called anyone. There are no missed calls, no messages light up the display. Its silence feels complicit, a chosen quiet. I press the button to illuminate the screen, and the time glows back at me. The numbers are a fact without context. They tell me nothing about how long I have been waiting or how long the silence has been growing. The rug in the hallway is a faded oriental pattern of red and blue. I know every thread of it, but my gaze catches on a detail that feels wrong. Near the front door, the intricate patterns are disrupted. The crimson threads are not just faded, they are matted, stiff. The color is darker, a deep maroon that seems to drink the light from the room. It is not a large spot, but it is precise, a single interruption in the weave. I do not remember spilling anything. The sound of the refrigerator motor kicking in is a jolt, a mechanical gasp that shatters the absolute quiet. It thrums through the floorboards, a vibration that travels up through my bare feet. It is a sound so ordinary, so everyday, that its return feels like a betrayal. The world is continuing, the appliances are cycling, the porch light still hums. The normal functions of the house are indifferent to the silence they have been draped in. They do not care that something is missing. The last thing I notice is the key. It sits alone in the ceramic bowl by the door where all keys are kept. It is a small, silver key, unremarkable. I have seen it 1,000 times. You said it was for a lockbox, for important documents. But now in this new and terrible quiet, I see it is clean, too clean. It shines as if it has been recently polished, wiped free of any prints or smudges. The other keys in the bowl are dull with the casual neglect of daily handling. This one gleams, a little silver secret waiting in plain sight. It is a key that has been used and then carefully, purposefully put back. The porch light continues its electric hum outside the door, a sound as constant as a heartbeat. The yellow circle on the floorboards remains, a steadfast, unblinking eye. I finally exhale, the air leaving my body in a long, slow sigh that does nothing to relieve the pressure in my chest. The sound is absorbed by the waiting silence. I look from the key to the matted spot on the rug to the empty circle of dust on the shelf. They are no longer just objects in a house. They are pieces of a story I hadn't been told, a story that explains the crushing weight of this quiet, the absence of crickets, the void where your footsteps should be. The hum of the light is the only answer I will get. It is a note held forever, a question without end, and the story is not one of accident or misadventure. It is a story of erasure, a careful, methodical removal. The silence was not a blanket that fell, but a vacuum that was pulled, sucking the sound from the world and leaving only this sterile, humming void in its place. My hand moves on its own, drawn to the cold ceramic of the key bowl. My fingers hover over the small, polished key. It winks under the kitchen light, a tiny, malevolent star. Touching it feels like a transgression, the final step into a truth I have been avoiding. My skin is warm against its cold metal. It feels less like a key and more like a trigger, a finely machined piece of a mechanism I was never meant to see, let alone activate. The polished silver is a lie. It is a prop placed here for me to find. The real key, the one you used, is gone. Or perhaps this is the real key, and its cleanliness is the final message, proof that every other trace of you has been wiped away with the same clinical precision. The thought is a cold stone in my stomach. I turn from the bowl, my hand falling to my side. The house seems to watch me, every object a silent accuser. The mug, the sweater, the book, the rug, they are no longer memories, they are evidence. And I am the sole witness, left behind to decipher a crime scene where the only thing stolen was a person. A floorboard creaks under my weight, a sound so loud in the consuming quiet that I freeze. It is the old board near the sink, the one you always said you'd defix. You never did. The sound of it is a relic, a genuine noise from a time before the silence was made. It is the most honest thing I've heard since the crickets stopped. It breaks the spell of my stillness. I am moving now, not with purpose, but with a slow, dawning horror that propels me from room to room. I am not looking for you anymore. I am looking for the seams, the places where the story of your disappearance was stitched together. I run a finger along the dust on the medicine cabinet shelf, feeling the perfect, clean circle where the bottle once stood. I kneel by the dark star on the rug, not touching it, just seeing how the fibers are glued together into a stiff, ugly constellation. The hum of the porch light is inside my head now, a high-pitched frequency that vibrates in my teeth. It is the sound of the void you left behind. I stop at the screen door, my forehead pressing against the cool mesh. The world outside is a painting. No cars pass. No wind stirs the trees. The night is holding its breath. And then I see it, faint at first, then undeniable. On the porch rail, just at the edge of the light yellow pool, sits a single moth. Its wings are folded, perfectly still. It is not drawn to the light. It is perched there, a sentinel, watching, waiting for what comes after the silence. Its stillness is absolute, more like a piece of jet set into the wood than a living thing. I find myself holding my breath again, my own lungs forgot. This is wrong. Moths are creatures of frantic, desperate motion, drawn to the flame by a compulsion they cannot resist. This one is not compelled, it is stationed. My eyes strain, trying to make out more detail in the dim light. Its wings are a dusty gray, but as I stare, a pattern seems to emerge, not of scales, but of a finer, almost geometric etching. A faint shimmer, like the dampness on the gravel, seems to cling to the edges of its wings. A cold certainty grips me, the silence Wasanti made for me. I was meant to hear it. I am part of the design. The key, the rug, the moth, they are a sequence, a set of instructions left behind for the sole occupant of this newly silent world. I take a step back from the door, my hand going to my mouth. The moth does not stir. Its antennae remain perfectly still, not tasting the air. It is a machine, a beautiful, terrible machine left on the porch rail. My gaze darts back to the key in the bowl. Its polished silver seems to mock me. It is the first step. The rug with its dark star is the second. The moth is the third. There is a logic here, a cold and alien logic that I am only beginning to perceive. The hum of the porch light seems to change pitch, shifting to a tone that vibrates in the back of my skull. It is a call, an invitation. The key is the answer. It is the only thing that was not claimed, not erased. It was highlighted. I know with a dread that turns my blood to ice what I am supposed to do. The story of your erasure is not over. It has a final chapter, and I am meant to turn the page. The key is not for a lockbox. It is for the door that everything else has already gone through. I do not want to turn the page. I want to throw the key into the deepest corner of the house and forget its cold, polished existence. But the hum is in my bones now, a resonant frequency that demands obedience. The moth on the rail is a promise and a threat. It is the only thing moving in this frozen world, and its absolute stillness is a form of motion more terrifying than any flutter. My feet are leaden as I walk back to the bowl. The ceramic is smooth and cool. My reflection in the polished key is distorted, a funhouse mirror version of my own fear. I close my fingers around it. The metal seems to leach the warmth from my skin instantly. The lockbox, you told me it was in the basement, on a high shelf near the furnace, a place I never go. The basement door is under the stairs, a plain, white-painted slab I usually pass without a thought. The knob turns with a loud click that echoes in the humming silence. The stairs are steep and unfinished, the wood rough under my bare feet. The air that rises to meet me is cool and smells of damp concrete and something else, something metallic and sharp. I fumble for the pull cord for the single bare bulb. The light that comes on is weak and jaundiced, throwing long, dancing shadows from the furnace ducts. I see it immediately, a small, gunmetal gray box pushed back on a shelf between a jar of rusty nails and a can of old paint. It is exactly where you said it would be. It is also utterly clean, free of the dust and grime that coats everything else on the shelf. It has been placed there recently. The key fits the lock perfectly. It turns with a soft, well-oiled snick that is the loudest sound I have ever heard. The lid lifts on silent hinges. Inside, there is no sheaf of deeds, no insurance policies, no important documents. There is only a single item resting on a bed of dark velvet. It is a pair of spectacles. Their frames are a thin, silver wire, and the lenses are perfectly circular and seem infinitely dark like chips of obsidian. They are not your glasses. You never wore glasses. I know without a doubt that I am meant to put them on. This is the next step. The key was the beginning. This is the middle. The moth is the end. My hand trembles as I reach into the box. The frames are cold, colder than the key, colder than the basement air. They feel less like metal and more like solidified space. I lift them to my face. The world does not go dark, it changes. The hum of the porch light is no longer sound. It is a visible thing, a pulsing golden thread that runs from the bulb outside through the walls of the house and into the very air around me. The faint, shimmering dampness on the gravel impression outside now glows with a soft, phosphorescent light. The dark star on the rug is a vortex of deep, ruby energy, and through the basement window I can see the moth on the porch rail. It is no longer a moth. It is a knot of intricate, blinding white light, a complex sigil woven from pure energy, and it is connected by 1,000 shimmering threads to the silence that surrounds the house. The glasses reveal the architecture of the erasure. I am not looking at the world, but at the blueprint of the trap, and I understand. The key wasn't just for the lockbox, it was for my eyes. It unlocked my ability to see what had been done. The moth of light turns its head. It looks directly at me through the window, its gaze a lance of cold intelligence. It has been waiting for me to see it, waiting for me to understand. The final step is not a choice anymore. It is an inevitability written in light and silence. I walk up the basement stairs, each step heavier than the last. I open the front door. The screen door winds softly on its hinges. I step onto the porch. The moth does not move, it simply watches. The hum of the light is a physical pressure against my skin. I stand before the rail, before the creature of light, and I wait for it to show me what comes next. The moth of light unfolded one wing, a slow, deliberate motion that was not so much movement as a reconfiguration of its luminous form. It was a gesture, an indication. It was pointing toward the dark, damp impression on the gravel, the one that had shimmered with latent energy. The thought formed in my mind not as words, but as a cold, hard certainty. That was not where something had been. It was a door that had been used once and left slightly ajar. My feet were bare on the cool, painted wood of the porch, then on the sharp, unexpected cold of the gravel. Each stone was a tiny, painful punctuation mark leading toward the dark star. The humming of the porch light followed me, that golden thread of sound now a tether connecting me to the world I knew, a world that was already fading into a dull, gray memory. I stopped at the edge of the impression. Up close, it was not just damp. It was a pool of something deeper than shadow, a liquid absence. The gravel within its circumference was gone, not displaced but erased, replaced by a surface that reflected nothing. It was a hole cut out of reality. The moth of light remained on the rail, its silent watchfulness more commanding than any sound could be. There was no force pushing me, no hand on my back. The compulsion was internal, a completed circuit of understanding. This was the path you had taken. This was the carefully orchestrated exit. I looked back at the house one last time. The yellow porch light, the silent kitchen, the door standing open. It was no longer a home. It was a stage set, and the performance was over. The only audience left was me. I turned my back on it. The decision was not a leap of faith, but a simple step into a truth I could no longer deny. I lifted my foot and placed it into the center of the dark, shimmering void. There was no falling, there was only a sudden, absolute cessation of everything. The hum was gone. The cool night air was gone. The feel of the gravel beneath my other foot was gone. I was nowhere and everywhere, a point of consciousness adrift in a silent, black ocean. And then a new sensation, a pressure immense and gentle all at once, like a deep ocean current. It was pulling me not down, but along. I was moving through the darkness, and as I moved, the silence began to change. It was no longer an absence. It was a substance, and it was speaking. It spoke in geometries of light that unfolded in the void around me, in patterns of pressure that mapped against my skin. It was a language of pure information, and I understood it perfectly. It told me of a curation, a harvesting. It told me that you had been selected for a clarity of spirit, for a resonance that was rare. Your erasure was not a violence, but a preservation. You were saved from the slow, chaotic decay of a noisy world. The journey was timeless. It was the space between one heartbeat and the next, and it was an eternity. The current delivered me to a place of soft, diffuse light. The darkness receded, and I found myself standing on a surface that was smooth and warm. The air was still and carried a faint, clean scent, like rain on stone. And I saw you. You were standing a few yards away, your back to me, looking out at a vast, impossible landscape of gentle, rolling hills that glowed with their own inner light. You were wearing the oatmeal-colored sweater. You looked whole. You looked at peace. You turned, your face was calm, your eyes clear. There was no surprise in them, only a quiet recognition, as if you had been waiting for me to finish reading the story you had left behind. You didn't speak, you didn't need to. The silent, thrumming air between us carried the final truth. You hadn't been taken, you had answered a call, and the key, the moth, the glasses, they weren't for your escape. They were in test, a means of discovery left for me. To see if I could hear the silence, too, to see if I was worth following. You smiled then, a small, sad smile that held an entire universe of unspoken words, and you extended your hand, not in summons, but in invitation. The choice, as it had always been, was finally mine. The silence here was different. It wasn't the crushing, sterile void of the house. It was a living quiet, a held breath full of potential. Your hand remained outstretched, palm open, an unspoken question hanging in the warm, still air. My eyes moved from your face to the landscape behind you. The glowing hills pulsed with a soft, rhythmic light like the slow breathing of some vast, slumbering creature. There were no stars in the sky, only a seamless, velvety darkness that felt both infinite and intimate. This was the source of the silence that had swallowed our world. It wasn't malicious, it was attentive. I looked down at my own hands, expecting them to feel foreign, but they were just my hands. I was still me. I had passed through a door in the world and arrived in a place that felt more real than the home I had left behind. The hum of the porch light was a forgotten memory, a trivial noise from a distant dream. My gaze returned to yours. The quiet understanding in your eyes was the most terrifying thing I had ever seen. It said that you had known all along. You had known the key would be polished, the rug would bear its stain, the moth would wait. You had known I would find the glasses. You had laid the trail of breadcrumbs through the forest of our life, trusting I would follow. A part of me wanted to rage, to scream into the gentle silence and demand answers. Why this charade? Why the mystery? Why not just ask me? But the questions died before they could form. The air itself seemed to absorb them, translating my confusion into a wave of calm that washed over me. This was not a place for words. Words were clumsy, noisy things. Here, meaning was exchanged in the space between heartbeats. I took a step forward. The warm ground felt reassuring beneath my bare feet. Another step. The distance between us closed. I could see the fine weave of your sweater, the familiar curve of your shoulder. I did not take your hand, not yet. Instead, I looked past you toward the softly breathing hills, and I finally understood the nature of the erasure. It wasn't a deletion, it was a translation. You hadn't been removed from the world, you had been moved to a purer frequency, a state of being where the static of existence was filtered out, leaving only the essential signal. And they, the architects of this silence, had judged you worthy of preservation. The test had been for me, to see if my resonance could match yours, to see if I could hear the fundamental note beneath the noise. I looked at your waiting hand, then back at your face. Your smile had not faded. It was patient. It was home. Slowly, I raised my own hand. Our fingertips did not quite touch, but the space between them crackled with a silent energy, a completed circuit. The decision was made not in my mind, but in my soul. The world I came from was already fading, its colors dulling, its sounds muffled. It was a memory of a place I had outgrown. My fingers slipped between yours, your hand was warm and solid. As our palms met, the last vestiges of the old world fell away completely. The hum was gone, the chill was gone, the fear was gone. Together we turned toward the glowing hills. The path ahead was not a path at all, but a gentle invitation woven into the light. We began to walk, not into an ending, but into the profound and endless beginning that waits on the other side of silence. The path was not paved with stone or soil, but with a soft, yielding light that gave slightly under our feet. There were no shadows. The light came from everywhere and nowhere, emanating from the air itself, from the gentle slopes of the land. It was a world without sun or moon, a world that simply was. We walked without speaking. There was no need. A thought would form in my mind, a memory of the kitchen, the sound of the floorboard, and I would feel your hand tighten slightly in mine, a silent acknowledgement. You had walked this path alone first, and now you were sharing it with me, showing me the grammar of this new existence. We crested one of the glowing rises, and the vista that opened before us was not a city or a forest, but something in between. Structures rose from the landscape, but they were not built. They were grown or perhaps dreamed, their forms flowing like frozen liquid light. They pulsed with the same soft rhythm as the hills, and there were others, figures distant and graceful, moving with a purpose that felt both serene and profound. They did not look at us, but I felt their awareness, a gentle pressure like a breeze. We were expected. You led me down into the valley toward the heart of the quiet city. The air grew warmer, sweeter. I realized I was no longer breathing out of habit, but each breath was a conscious, grateful act, drawing in not just air, but a sense of profound peace. The frantic noise of my own thoughts, the constant internal monologue that had narrated my entire life, had stilled. For the first time, I was simply experiencing, without the filter of language. We stopped before an archway woven from strands of luminescent vine. Beyond it, the light deepened into a soft, golden hue. You turned to me then, and for the first time you spoke, but your voice did not come from your mouth. It formed directly in my consciousness, clear and calm. "This is where I have been," the voice said, and it was your voice, but stripped of all its familiar hesitations and inflections, reduced to its purest essence. "This is the silence I heard. It was never empty. It was full." An understanding unfolded within me, whole and complete. The life we had lived, the world we had left, was a cacophony of static, a beautiful, tragic noise, but noise all the same. What had happened to you was not an abduction, but an awakening. You had been tuned to a clearer frequency, and in your compassion, you had left me the tools to see if I could hear it too. The moth was not a sentinel, it was a guide. The key was not for a lock, it was for my perception. The dark star on the rug was not a stain of violence, but a marker of transition, a point where the fabric of one reality had been carefully parted to allow passage to another. You smiled, and this time it held no sadness, only a quiet joy. You released my hand and gestured toward the golden light beyond the arch, an invitation to enter on my own. I looked back the way we had come, but the path was already fading, blending back into the luminous hills. The world of porch lights and floorboards and humming silence was a closed book. There was no going back. I did not want to. I turned from the archway and faced you. I reached out and took your hand again. The question formed not as words, but as a feeling, a single, clear note in the vast quiet. Together. Your answer was the same feeling, reflected back, amplified, together. And side by side we stepped through the arch into the warmth and the light, leaving no footprint on the path behind us. The light did not dazzle or blind. It enveloped us, a tangible embrace that felt like coming home to a place I had never known but always missed. The golden hue resolved into a space that defied simple description. It was a room, a garden, a clearing, and a forest of light all at once. The boundaries were soft, suggesting form rather than imposing it. The ground was a carpet of resilient moss that glowed with a faint inner luminescence. Other figures were here. They moved with a serene, unhurried purpose, their forms subtly shifting, sometimes seeming solid, sometimes appearing as intricate lattices of light. They acknowledged our presence not with glances or words, but with a gentle shift in the atmosphere, a welcoming warmth that flowed around us. I understood then that individuality was not erased here, but rather it was harmonized. Each being was a distinct note in a silent, perfect chord. You led me to a quiet corner where a bench, or something like it, grew naturally from the floor. We sat. The silence was profound, yet it teemed with a kind of communication that made speech feel like a crude and clumsy tool. A history unfolded in my mind, not in a linear narrative, but as a series of impressions and understandings. This place, this reality, was not another planet or a different dimension in the science fiction sense. It was a layer of existence that had always been there, underlying the noisy world I knew, a foundational truth hidden beneath the chaos. Some people, like you, possessed a soul-deep resonance that eventually became an ache, a longing for that fundamental quiet. The process was not one of recruitment, but of recognition and response. The phenomena, the hum, the moth, the key were not alien artifacts, but tools crafted by this place to interact with our layer, to create a bridge for those who could hear the call. You had heard it for years, a whisper in your dreams, a feeling of displacement in crowded rooms. The day of your erasure was the day you finally found the strength to answer, and you had asked them for time, for a way to show me, to give me a chance to hear it too, if I could. I looked at you, and for the first time I saw not just the person I loved, but the true essence of you, unclouded by the static of the world. There was a peace in your eyes that was absolute. The fear and the confusion I had felt for days melted away, replaced by a dawning awe. A figure approached us. It was one of the beings of light, its form coalescing into a shape that was vaguely humanoid but fluid and ever-changing. It did not speak. Instead, it extended a hand, and in its palm rested two simple, shallow cups carved from a crystalline material that held a liquid light. It was an offering. You took one cup and I took the other. The light was cool to the touch, but as I brought it to my lips, it filled me with a warmth that spread to the very tips of my fingers and toes. It was not a drink, but an acceptance, a final, seamless integration. As the light settled within me, my perception shifted one last time. The golden room expanded, its soft walls dissolving until there was no inside or outside. We were sitting on a bench in a field of stars, the glowing hills rolling away into a cosmos of silent, swirling light. The silence was no longer something I was in. It was something I was part of. I was silent. You were silent. We were the silence. And in that endless, peaceful quiet, I finally heard the music. It was the sound of a billion souls humming in perfect, harmonious rest. It was the sound of my own heart, no longer beating in time, but simply being. It was the sound of you next to me, your hand in mine, our shared existence, the only word we would ever need again. We had not escaped the world. We had finally found it. We sat for a timeless time, not as two people on a bench, but as 2 points of awareness within an infinite, conscious universe. The concept of a separate self began to feel like a story we had once told each other, a quaint and distant myth. I was still me, and you were still you, but the edges had blurred into something greater, a shared existence that was more real than our solitary lives had ever been. The light that was the world and the light that was us began to pulse in a slow, deep rhythm. It was a heartbeat, the heartbeat of the silence itself. With each pulse, a wave of knowing would wash through me. I saw the countless others who had made the same journey, not as a history, but as a present and ongoing symphony. I felt the gentle, constant attention of this reality, its quiet curation of consciousness from the noisy worlds that speckled the cosmos like foam on a dark ocean. There was no need for movement or for goal. Being was the entirety of the purpose. We were preserved, yes, but not as specimens in a museum. We were notes held in a perfect, eternal chord, our unique resonances contributing to a beauty that would never fade. I felt your focus then, a gentle tug on our shared awareness. You were not looking at the stars or the glowing fields, but at me, or at the essence of what I had been. A specific memory, one of ours, floated to the surface of the silent ocean we now were. It was a small thing, a morning in our kitchen, sunlight through the window, the smell of coffee, your laugh at something I had said. It was a noisy, fragile, beautiful moment, and here in the absolute silence it did not feel trivial or lost. It felt precious. It was a unique pattern of light and sound that had never existed before and would never exist again, and its fleeting nature was what gave it its exquisite value. This was the final gift of understanding. The world we left behind was not negated by this perfect silence. It was honored by it. Its chaos was not meaningless. It was the raw material from which these rare, harmonious notes were drawn. Its pain was the friction that created the clarity of spirit they sought. We had not escaped it. We had understood it, and in understanding, we had graduated. The pulse of the light softened, settling into a steady, gentle glow. The sense of vast, cosmic awareness receded slightly, not leaving us, but allowing us to rest within it. We were two people again, sitting side by side on a bench that overlooked creation. You turned your head and I turned mine. Your eyes were deep pools of the same star-filled light that surrounded us, but in their center I could still see you. The you I knew, the you I loved. You smiled, and it was the same smile from the kitchen memory, but now it was etched in eternity. And I knew with a certainty that required no thought that we would sit here together in the heart of the silence and watch the beautiful, noisy universe turn forever. The quiet was not an absence, but a presence. It held us. We watched the swirl of nascent galaxies, the dance of light that was both the beginning and the end of things. Time had unspooled into a single, endless moment. There was no past to mourn, no future to anticipate. There was only the profound, peaceful now. I became aware of a new sensation, not a sound, but a vibration that was the equivalent of a whisper. It came from all around, from the very fabric of this place. It was a question, not directed at us, but inclusive of us. It was about the nature of love in a realm beyond need. And the answer came from us, from our intertwined awareness. It was not a thought, but a feeling that radiated outward, a soft pulse of gold amid the silver and blue of the cosmos. Love here was not a desperate clinging or a passionate fire. It was a state of absolute recognition. It was the quiet joy of finding your own frequency perfectly matched in another forever. It was the final, settled peace of being truly known. We did not move from the bench. The bench itself was no longer a separate object, but an expression of our shared will to simply be and to observe. The spectacle before us shifted. The stars were not just lights in a void, they were other worlds, other layers of the great unfolding reality. Some were shrouded in noise, their light frantic and flickering. Others glowed with a steadier, clearer light, places where the silence was beginning to be heard. We saw a tiny, blue-white world, familiar and infinitely dear. It spun in its noisy solitude, a beautiful, troubled song in the vast symphony. And we felt no longing, no desire to return, only a deep, compassionate tenderness for its struggle, like remembering a poignant dream. Your hand found mine again, though I hadn't noticed it leave. The contact was no longer about connection, for we were already connected. It was an affirmation, a quiet celebration of the particular pattern that was us. The light around us deepened, warming from a cool silver to a gentle, rosy gold. It was a response to our shared feeling, the environment reflecting the inner state of its inhabitants. The silent music of the spheres swelled in a crescendo of pure being, and we were part of it. We had reached the end of searching, the end of questions. We had come home. And as we sat together outside of time, cradled in the heart of everything, the only thing left to do was to simply exist in a silence that was finally and completely full. The warmth of your hand was the only anchor in a sea of boundless light, and even that was slowly becoming unnecessary. We were dissolving into the silence, not as individuals fading away, but as two streams merging into a single, endless river. The concept of we began to shift, its meaning expanding until it encompassed the gentle pulse of the stars and the deep, resonant hum of the silent music. There was no more need to watch. Our awareness simply was part of the fabric of this peaceful dimension. We felt the arrival of others, not as intrusions, but as new harmonies joining the eternal chord. A flicker of recognition would pass through us, a soul who had struggled with the same noisy world we had left behind, now finding their way home. We welcomed them with the same quiet joy that had welcomed us. The memory of our old life was now like a single, perfect leaf pressed inside a vast book. It was cherished not for its duration, but for its beauty, a necessary step that had led us here. There was no regret, only a profound gratitude for the journey. Time, which had already lost its meaning, now lost its last illusion of movement. There was no before or after. There was only the perfect, sustained note of existence. We were at rest. We were complete. We were the silence, and the silence was us. And in that state of being, which was the ultimate answer to every question we had ever asked, we remained. The warmth between our hands was no longer a physical sensation, but a shared understanding, a point of focus in the infinite. We had become listeners in the great symphony, and the music was the unfolding of existence itself. We perceived a new star igniting in a distant corner of the cosmos, a silent bloom of light and potential, and we felt the gentle passing of an ancient sun as it settled into its final, peaceful rest. These were not events happening to us or away from us. They were simply notes in the song, and we were the space between the notes. There was no longer a distinction between observer and observed. To see a thing was to know it, to love it in its entirety. We knew the journey of a single photon across the eons, and we knew the deep, slow thoughts of the celestial bodies as they drifted in their gravitational dances. Our love was no longer just between us. It was the lens through which we perceived all of creation. It was a quiet, constant reverence for the fact that anything existed at all. And in that state of perfect knowing, a final, gentle truth settled upon us. This was not an afterlife. It was not a reward. It was a choice that had always been available, a frequency that had always been broadcasting. We had simply finally learned how to tune in. The hum that had haunted our old home was not a threat, but an invitation, a beacon for those who could sense that there was a deeper, quieter truth beneath the noise of living. We had answered, and now our answer was complete. We were the silence, and the silence was us. And so we remained forever in a state of grace too profound for words, too perfect for sound. The hum was gone, not because it had ceased, but because we had become it. We were the resonance we had once strained to hear. Our individual awarenesses were not lost, but woven into a tapestry of perceptions so vast and intricate that to pull a single thread would be to unravel the understanding of the whole. We knew everything and nothing, for the need to know had been replaced by the act of being. We perceived the world we had left not as a place, but as a state of being. We felt the sharp, beautiful pains of birth and the soft, sorrowful releases of death. We felt the joy of a connection made and the ache of one broken. These were not judged as good or bad, but felt as the essential textures of that other song, a necessary dissonance that made the eventual harmony possible. And we felt the others still there, moving through their lives. We felt a woman staring out a window at a rain-streaked street, a quiet despair in her heart that she called loneliness, but which was really the first faint echo of the silence she carried within. We felt a man tending a garden, his mind still and focused, his hands in the earth, and in that simple act he was brushing against the edge of our reality without knowing it. A part of what had been me and a part of what had been you focused on these flickers of awareness. It was not a thought but an impulse, a natural function of the state of being, like a gardener tending to seeds. From the boundless quiet we inhabited, we sent back a fragment of the peace we had found. It was not a message, for there were no words. It was a shift in the air, a sudden and inexplicable feeling of comfort for the woman at the window. It was a deeper sense of connection to the living world for the man in the garden. A single, clear note placed gently into their cacophony, a reminder of the silence that lay beneath all things. This was the purpose that moved through the figures we had seen on the hills. It was not a duty or a task, but an expression of being, like breathing. To exist in this harmony was to naturally extend its influence, to gently guide other resonances toward their own clarity. We turned our shared perception away from the noisy world and back into the heart of the silence. There was no need to watch over it. It simply was, and we were part of it. The light and the peace were absolute. There was no more story to tell, no journey to complete. There was only the eternal, loving, and silent now. And it was enough. It was everything. The silence deepened, not into emptiness, but into a richer fullness. We were not just in the presence of the stars, we were in conversation with them. A nebula would drift into view, and its story of cosmic birth would unfold within us, not as data, but as a feeling of immense creative joy. A black hole, that great silencer of light, was not a terror, but a profound, necessary rest in the music, a place where energy gathered itself before a new beginning. We learned that the figures we had seen upon arrival were not the permanent form of beings here. They were a courtesy, a transitional shape to ease the understanding of new arrivals. Over the timeless time, our own forms had become less distinct, not fading, but integrating. We were becoming the bench, the glowing moss, the light in the air. The part of me that had once been a separate self felt no alarm at this. It was the most natural progression, like a sigh of relief held for a lifetime. Our love was the last and most beautiful anchor to our particular story. It was the unique signature of our combined resonance, the reason we perceived the universe as a duet within the chorus. It was the lens that had first allowed me to see the truth in you, and now it was the lens through which we both experienced eternity. It did not hold us back. It was the very thing that allowed us to fully join the whole. A new understanding bloomed within our shared awareness, passed from the older, more integrated consciousnesses around us. This place was not a final destination, but a way station of the soul. For some, this deep harmony was the ultimate home. For others, it was a place of rest and remembrance before moving on to other modes of existence, other songs in the great composition of reality. The question formed between us without words, a gentle curiosity. Would we stay here in this peaceful silence, or would we, in some distant eon, choose to become something else? To dive back into the noise of a world, not as a punishment, but as a new expression of being. The answer that came back was not a decision, but a feeling. It was the same feeling as sitting on the bench, hand in hand, watching the stars. There was no need to choose. All possibilities existed simultaneously within the silence. We could remain in this perfect moment forever, and we could also one day become a new note in a different song. The peace we felt was not dependent on stasis, but on the acceptance of all that is and all that could be. And so we simply continued. The light pulsed. The silent music played. We were together. We were the silence, and we were free. Story 5. I used to find the routine of it all comforting. Every third Tuesday, the mail would come, and among the usual catalogs and bills would be a single, plain white envelope. No return address, no name, just my address typed in a clean, common font. Inside was always a page from a gardening catalog, the kind anyone might get, always featuring a different species of rose. It was a quirk, a misprint in someone's mailing list, I told myself. But last month, the envelope was a shade thinner. The month before that, the typeface was a point smaller. This time, the paper inside wasn't from a catalog at all, but a blank sheet that smelled faintly of damp earth. I heard the mail slot clatter shut just a moment ago, but there was no sound of footsteps walking away. The paper is cool between my fingers. It feels heavier than it should, its fibers coarse, not the smooth, glossy stock of the catalogs. I bring it to my face. The scent is unmistakable. It is the deep, cold smell from beneath a stone turned over in the shade. It is the smell of a cellar in an old house. It is not a smell that belongs on paper. The clatter of the brass mail slot was a definitive sound, a period at the end of a sentence. I remember the sound so clearly because of what followed, or what did not follow, the expected rhythm of retreat, a footfall on the porch, the crunch of gravel on the path. There was only the sound of my own breathing and the low hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. I did not move to the window, not immediately. I stood in the foyer, the blank page in one hand, the empty envelope in the other, and I listened to the silence outside the door. It was a listening so complete it became its own sound. The first envelope arrived 2 summers ago, or was it 3? The heat then was a thick woolen blanket. I remember the condensation on my glass of water, the way it pooled on the table. The envelope was there, nestled between a circular and the electric bill. I slid it open with a thumb, a rose called Crimson Glory, a deep, velvety red. I thought it was a mistake. I thought nothing of it. The next month it was Chicago Peace, a soft, blushing orange. Then sent Cecilia a gentle apricot. I began to look for it. The third Tuesday became a small, secret point on my calendar, a punctuation mark in the quiet stretch of my days. I told a friend about it once over the phone. I called it my anonymous botanist, a laugh, a curiosity. They said it was creepy. I said it was just a wrong number, a glitch in a machine. I believed that. I think I believed that. But the changes began, so small, a different weight of paper, a slight variation in the font, a shift from a serif to a sans serif. The alterations were like a slow drip of cold water on the back of my neck. Each one a minor event, easily dismissed alone, but together they formed a pattern of intent. I went to the main library downtown. The air inside was cool and smelled of old paper and dust. I found the gardening section, the shelves of thick, picture-heavy catalogs. I pulled down a few, their spines cracking. I found the pages. I matched them. Crimson Glory, Chicago Peace, St. Cecilia, they were all there, each one a perfect match to the pages I had stored in a drawer in my desk. It proved nothing. It only proved they were real. The librarian was an older man with kind eyes behind wire-framed glasses. I asked if these catalogs were common. He said they were, that many companies still print them, though fewer than before. I asked if there was any way to track a subscription. He smiled a thin, apologetic smile. Not really, he said. They are mass-produced. They are sent to thousands. Anyone could have one. Anyone. I began to save them. I smoothed each page and filed it away in chronological order. A record of the anomaly. A collection of beautiful, meaningless things. But the act of preservation felt significant. It felt like I was building a case for something, though I could not have said what. A conversation with a neighbor months ago on the sidewalk. The air was turning crisp. "You have quite the green thumb," they said. gesturing to my window boxes. Not really, I said, I just like the color. I had a relative who was obsessed with roses, they said, knew every variety, had a whole book on their meanings. It was a bit much, really. I made a sound of agreement, a non-committal hum. The conversation moved on to the weather, to the city's plans to repave the street. I forgot about it until now, standing here with the smell of earth in my hands. The damp earth, the blank page. I finally moved to the window, my steps quiet on the floorboards. I moved the lace curtain aside just a fraction. The street was empty, the trees were still. The only movement was a leaf skittering across the pavement in the breeze. No one was there. The absence was absolute. It was more frightening than if I had seen someone. I think about the footsteps I did not hear, the quality of that silence. It suggested a presence that knew how to be absent, a knowledge of the weight of sound, of the timing of my habits. I am usually in the kitchen at that hour making tea. The sound of the kettle would mask the approach. The mail carrier comes earlier. This was someone who knew that. I take the page to my desk. I lay it down under the lamp. I turn it over. Nothing. I hold it at an angle looking for an impression, a watermark, a stray mark. The paper is blank, a perfect empty rectangle. It is not perfectly cut. One edge is slightly rough, as if torn from a larger sheet. A pad of paper, perhaps, a sketchbook. I open the drawer where I keep the other pages. I lay them out one by one. A garden of impossible colors blooms across the wood surface. Crimson Glory, Chicago Peace, St. Cecilia, Fragrant Cloud, Queen of Sweden, a procession of perfect, thorned beauties. I look at them not as flowers, but as words, as symbols. I remember what the neighbor said, a whole book on their meanings. The library is closed now. The hour is late. I search online. The light from the screen is the only light in the room. My fingers are cold on the keys. Rose meanings, the language of flowers, floriography. Crimson Glory, a deep, passionate love, but also mourning. Chicago Peace, a sense of peace, of harmony, but it is a hybrid, a combination, a contradiction. St. Cecilia, patron saint of music, a rose named for harmony, for sacred melody. Fragrant Cloud, pride, a presence that cannot be ignored. Queen of Sweden, a dignified, enduring love, a love that lasts. I look at the sequence, the order. Is it a message? Is it a story, a declaration, a eulogy, a promise, a warning? My heart is a dull drum in my chest. This is madness. This is the madness of pattern seeking, of imposing narrative on coincidence. This is what happens in the silence. But the changes were not coincidence. The thinner envelope, the smaller font, the blank page, that was communication. That was a shifting of the terms. The blank page, what does a blank page mean? It is a beginning, it is an end, it is a void, it is a silence, it is a question. I look at the most recent page before this one. Munstead Wood, a very dark, velvety crimson, almost black. I type the name. The meaning comes up on the screen. Munstead Wood. It is a variety named for a garden. The meaning ascribed is unconscious beauty. But another site says it signifies a deep, dark secret, a heart of darkness. And then the blank page. The sequence feels inevitable now. A progression from beauty to darkness to nothingness, a fading, a dissolution. I gather all the pages together, I stack them neatly. The blank page goes on top. I put them back in the drawer and close it. The action feels final. I make tea. The kettle whistles, a sharp, domestic sound that shatters the quiet. I stand in the kitchen, waiting for the steam to subside. I think about the damp earth, the smell on the paper. I have a small patio garden, a few pots, nothing elaborate. The soil in the pots is bagged soil from a hardware store. It smells of peat and fertilizer. This smell was different. This was the smell of real earth, of ground that has been untouched, of a place that is deep and cold. A memory surfaces, not a clear one, a sense memory. A childhood memory of a house in the country, a house that belonged to a relative I barely knew. There was a garden overgrown and wild, and behind the garden a patch of woods. And in the woods a place where the earth was always damp, even in the height of summer, where the sun never quite reached the ground. A place where ferns grew thick and green. I remember the smell of that place. I remember the quiet. I have no proof that memory is real. It feels constructed, a memory built from stories and photographs rather than experience. But the smell is vivid. It is the same smell. The connection is a wire pulled taut in my mind. The roses, the earth, the blank page, the silence after the mail slot clanged. It is not a story about roses. It is a story about a place. The roses were just the signposts pointing back. The blank page is the destination, a clearing in the woods. I will never know who sent them. I will never know why. There will be no confrontation, no resolution. There is only this new, heavy knowledge. The comfort of the routine has been shattered, replaced by the echo of a silence that was never empty. It was full of intention. The mystery has not been solved. It has been inverted. It has become a part of me. I look at my own hands and wonder what else they have touched that has a secret history. I look at the window and see only the reflection of the room, a room that now feels like it contains another presence, a silence that has taken up residence. Next third Tuesday will come. I will be standing in the kitchen. I will hear the mail slot clatter. And I will have to decide if I am the kind of person who goes to see what has been delivered or the kind of person who stays very still, listening for the sound of footsteps that are not there. The whistle of the kettle faded, leaving a new silence in its wake, a silence that felt watched. I poured the water over the tea bag, watching the brown tendrils cloud the cup. My hands were steady, which surprised me. Inside, a frantic pulse was beating against my ribs. The ritual was broken. The game had changed. For the next 3 weeks, the world seemed muted. Colors were less vivid. Sounds were either too loud or swallowed by the new, listening quality of the air in my house. I found myself avoiding the foyer. The mail slot was just a brass mouth, but I felt its silence like a pressure. I stopped working at my desk, where the drawer full of roses felt like an accusation. The third Tuesday arrived under a flat, gray sky. I had not slept well. I dreamed of walking through a forest, my feet sinking into cold, wet soil, unable to see the path ahead. I was in the kitchen long before the mail usually came, my back to the door, deliberately clattering pans to drown out my own anticipation. I was the kind of person who stayed still. I had decided. I would not look. I would gather the day's mail later, all at once, and whatever was there would be there. But I was lying to myself. The rhythm was too deeply ingrained. At exactly 10:17 a.m. the sound came, the sharp, metallic clatter of the brass slot. My body went rigid. A cup I was drying slipped from my hand and shattered on the tile floor. I did not turn to look at the mess. There was no sound of retreat. This time the silence outside the door was different. It was not an empty silence. It was a waiting silence. I could feel it, a tangible thing seeping through the wood of the door. My breath hitched in my throat. The decision was made for me. I was not the kind of person who could stay still, not anymore. I walked to the door, my socks crunching on the ceramic shards. I did not look out the window. My hand went to the cold brass of the doorknob. I turned it and pulled the door open. The autumn air was chill and smelled of decaying leaves. The porch was empty. The street was empty. But on the welcome mat lay a single, stark white envelope. It was the same as always, yet completely different. Its whiteness was blinding against the gray, worn mat. I bent down and picked it up. It was not flat. There was a small, hard lump within it. The paper was slightly damp, and it too carried that faint, cold scent of earth. My fingers trembled as I tore it open. I tilted the envelope into my cupped palm. A single dark brown rose hip, wrinkled and hard, tumbled out, and with it a sprinkling of cold, damp soil that scattered across my skin. There was no paper inside, no image, no word. Just the fruit of the rose and the earth it grew from. I stood there on the threshold, staring at the thorny seed pod in my hand, the dirt staining my palm. This was not a signpost. This was an invitation or a summons. The message was no longer in the language of flowers. It was in the language of the root and the soil. It was a language I realized with a cold and certain dread that I was somehow expected to understand. I closed my hand around the rose hip, its hard, irregular shape pressing into my palm. The grit of the soil was a gritty paste between my fingers. I brought my hand to my nose and inhaled. It was the same smell, only stronger now, more immediate. It was the smell of that forgotten woods. Back inside, I locked the door. The act felt foolish, a feeble barrier against something that clearly had no need for doors. I went to the sink and washed the dirt from my hand, watching the dark water swirl down the drain, but I kept the rose hip. I dried it and placed it on the kitchen table. It looked like a dead thing, a little knot of darkness. The meaning was clear. The blank page was not the end. It was the cover of a new chapter. The pictures were over. The words were over. Now it was about the thing itself, the earth, the seed. I thought about the sequence of roses, their meanings now a twisted map in my mind. Passion, peace, music, pride, enduring love, a dark secret, and then nothing, and then this, a fruit that contained the potential for 1,000 new roses or for nothing at all. It was entirely dependent on where it was planted. The silence in the house was no longer empty. It was thick with implication. Someone had stood on my porch not once, but for years. Someone had chosen each rose, each step in this strange communication. Someone knew the sound of my kettle, the layout of my rooms, the history I barely remembered myself. They had moved from symbols to substance, from paper to earth. They were closing the distance. I could take the hint, I could ignore it. I could throw the rose hip in the trash and try to forget the smell of that earth. But the curiosity was a hook in my heart, pulling me forward. The mystery had become a conversation, and it was my turn to speak. The next day I drove out of the city. The memory of that country house was a faint thread, but I followed it. I remembered a town name, a turn off a main road. The landscape changed, the buildings thinning out, replaced by fields and patches of forest. The overcast sky made everything look subdued, washed in shades of gray and green. I found the road more by instinct than certainty. The house was still there, but it was not as I remembered. It was smaller, derelict, its windows boarded up and its garden a tangled mess of brambles and weeds. A for sale sign was staked into the front lawn, faded and crooked. I parked on the roadside and got out. The air was colder here, quieter. I walked around the side of the house, my feet crunching on the gravel drive, and there it was, the garden, and beyond it the woods. The garden was a graveyard of neglected plants, but here and there, through the riot of weeds, I saw them. The gnarled, thorny canes of rose bushes. They were wild and unpruned, but a few still held the shriveled remains of blooms. Deep reds, blushing oranges, pale apricots, the colors from my envelopes. My breath caught in my throat. This was the place. This was the source. I pushed through the overgrown archway at the garden-ess end and entered the woods. The light dimmed instantly. The sound of the road vanished, swallowed by the dense canopy of pines and old oaks. The air grew cold and carried that same unmistakable scent, damp earth, decaying leaves, silence. I walked slowly, my eyes scanning the ground. I didn't know what I was looking for. A clue, a sign, a reason, and then I saw it. A little clearing, just as I remembered. A place where the ferns grew thick and a particular chill hung in the air. And in the center of that clearing, the earth was disturbed. It wasn't a large area, just a patch about the size of a welcome mat where the leaf litter had been swept away. The soil beneath was dark and freshly turned. It looked soft, it looked receptive. I stood at the edge of the clearing, the rose hip a heavy weight in my coat pocket. I understood. The blank page was this patch of earth. The invitation was in my hand. This was the reply that was expected. Not a word, not a letter, but an action, a planting. I looked down at the dark soil. This was the silence after the mail slot clanged shut. This was the meaning of the footsteps I never heard. They had all led here to this quiet, cold place in the woods, to a choice I knelt. The dampness of the ground seeped through the knee of my trousers, a cold shock. My fingers, clumsy and cold, dug into my pocket and closed around the rose hip. It felt like a secret, a tiny, hard heart. I didn't think any more. The analysis, the searching for meaning, it all fell away, leaving only this simple, primal act. I scooped out a small handful of the dark, cold soil. I placed the rose hip in the shallow hole and covered it, patting the earth smooth. It was done. A reply written not in words, but in a gesture of trust, or perhaps surrender. As I stood, a sound broke the absolute silence. Not from the road, from deeper in the woods. A single sharp crack, a branch snapping. I froze, my blood turning to ice. I wasn't alone. The presence I had felt for months, the architect of this silent conversation, was here, watching. They had been waiting to see what I would do. I didn't call out, I didn't run. I simply turned and walked back the way I had come, my steps measured, though my heart was hammering against my ribs. I felt eyes on my back with every step. I pushed through the overgrown garden, past the silent house, and got into my car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely fit the key into the ignition. As I drove away, I watched the rearview mirror. The woods remained still and dark, giving nothing away. But I knew the communication was no longer one way. I had answered, and now I would have to wait to see what the silence said next. The drive home was a blur of gray sky and dark trees. My mind replayed the snap of that branch, a sound that seemed to have been made for my benefit, a deliberate announcement of a presence that chose to remain unseen. The silence in the car was louder than any noise. For days, the world felt thin, like a backdrop. I jumped at the mail slot's daily clatter, even though it was just bills and catalogs. The third Tuesday of the month felt a lifetime away, yet it loomed, a dark mark on the calendar of my new life. I was no longer a recipient, I was a participant. I tried to resume my routines, but my attention was fractured. The quiet of my home was no longer mine. It was a shared silence, a held breath. I found myself staring out the window not at the street, but at the reflections in the glass, half expecting to see another shape superimposed over my own. A week after my trip to the woods, I noticed it. A smell, faint but unmistakable. It was the smell of that earth. It was in my house. I tore the place apart. I checked every room, every windowsill, the cracks in the floorboards. I found nothing. No trace of soil, no hidden envelope. But the smell persisted, a cold, organic scent that hung in the air just on the edge of perception. It was in my sheets when I woke up. It was in my hair after a shower. It was a ghost that had followed me home. The next time I went to the grocery store, I felt it, a gaze, not the casual glance of a stranger, but a fixed, steady attention. I turned quickly, my cart knocking into a display of canned goods. An elderly man apologized as he steadied the cans. A woman was comparing 2 loaves of bread. No one was looking at me, but the feeling lingered, a cold spot on the back of my neck, all the way down the frozen foods aisle and into the checkout line. The isolation I had once cherished became a prison. The silence was a canvas for my fear. Every creak of the floorboards was a footstep. Every rustle of the wind outside was a breath. I was waiting. I had planted a seed in the woods, and now I was waiting for it to grow into something I could not imagine. The third Tuesday came again. I did not wait in the kitchen. I sat in the living room, directly in view of the front door, my hands clasped in my lap. I watched the clock. 10:15, 10:16. The minute hand ticked onto 10:17. The mail slot did not clatter. The sound did not come. The absence of the sound was a shock. It was a violation of the ritual more disturbing than any envelope. I sat there for a full hour, staring at the brass slot, waiting for a sound that never came. The silence was a message in itself. It said, "I know you are waiting." It said, "The rules have changed again." It was well past noon when I finally went to the door. My hand was trembling as I unlocked it and opened it. The porch was empty. The welcome mat was bare. But something was different. I looked down. The potted fern I kept by the door, its leaves usually a dull green, looked different. I knelt down. Tucked deep within its center, barely visible among the fronds, was a single perfect rose blossom. It was a color I had never seen before, a deep, almost black purple. It was fresh, dew still clinging to its velvety petals. There was no paper, no name, just the flower placed where I would find it, but not immediately. A delayed discovery, a private joke. I reached into the plant and carefully picked it up. Its stem was short, stripped of thorns. As I held it, I saw there was something else. Wrapped tightly and tied around the stem with a single strand of brown twine was a small key. It was old, iron, heavy for its size. The rose was not the message. The rose was just the wrapping. The key was the word. I brought it inside and laid it on the table next to the wrinkled rose hip. The key was cold against my skin. It was a key to a lock I had never seen. It was a key to a door I did not know existed. The conversation had moved from the abstract to the physical, from symbols to tools. Whoever was on the other side of this silence was no longer content to send me pictures. They were giving me the means to open something, and the terrible, thrilling thought that coiled in my stomach was that I was going to use it. I was going to find the lock that this key fit, because the mystery was no longer outside my door. It was in my hand, and it was cold, and it was real. I turned the key over and over in my fingers. It was heavy, cold iron, pitted with age. There were no markings, no numbers, nothing to indicate what it might unlock. Only its weight spoke of purpose. It felt like it belonged to something old, something substantial. The silence in the house was no longer passive. It was a held breath, waiting for me to make the next move. The key seemed to hum with a faint energy, a silent demand to be used. I knew with a certainty that chilled me that the lock it fit was not in some distant, unknown location. It was here, in this house. The presence that had followed me home, the smell of earth that had seeped into the walls, it all pointed inward. The journey was no longer out into the world, but deeper into my own home. I started in the basement, a place of concrete and exposed beams I rarely visited. I shone a flashlight into corners, moved boxes of old books and forgotten holiday decorations, running my hands over the stone foundation looking for any hidden compartment, any old lock. I found nothing but dust and cobwebs. I moved through the first floor, checking every cabinet, every drawer, every closet. I examined the old fireplace, my fingers probing the sooty bricks. Nothing. The key remained cold and silent in my palm, a useless thing. It was only when I climbed the stairs to the second floor to my bedroom that the feeling intensified. The smell of damp earth was stronger here. It led me not to a closet or a drawer, but to the far wall of my room behind my bed. It was a blank wall, or so I had always thought. But now, looking closer, I saw the faintest outline of a door long since painted over, its seams blending into the wallpaper. My heart began to pound. I pushed the heavy bed aside, scraping it across the floor. I ran my fingers over the outline. There, nearly invisible, was a small, tarnished brass keyhole. It was set right into the wall at waist height. My hand shook as I brought the iron key to the lock. It fit perfectly. I turned it. The mechanism was stiff, unused for decades, but with a gritty, reluctant groan it turned. A click echoed in the quiet room. I pushed against the outline in the wall. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sigh of releasing pressure, the hidden door swung inward on stiff hinges, revealing not a room but a steep, narrow staircase leading up into darkness. A cold draft flowed down, carrying with it the unmistakable, chilling scent of wet earth and decaying roses. I stood on the threshold, looking up into the blackness. This was it, the end of the trail of roses, the answer to the silence. I found a flashlight, and without allowing myself to think, without allowing fear to take root, I placed my foot on the first step and began to climb. The stairs creaked under my weight, a sound that seemed to swallow all other noise. I climbed into the smell, into the cold, into the heart of the mystery that had chosen me. The door below swung slowly shut, closing with a soft, final click, and I did not look back. The air in the narrow staircase was thick and still, tasting of dust and that pervasive, cold earth. The beam of my flashlight cut a wobbly path upward, illuminating rough, unfinished wooden walls that felt too close, pressing in on me. The steps groaned with every movement, a chorus of protest against this intrusion. At the top, the staircase opened into a space that made no sense. An attic, but not the one I knew existed above the house. This was something else, a hidden space tucked within the eaves, a secret room. The ceiling was low and slanted, and the floorboards were bare and warped with age, and it was cold, so cold. I swept the flashlight beam around. The room was not empty. In the center sat a single, simple wooden table, and on the table was a vase. A simple glass vase filled with water, and in the vase was a single, flourishing rose bush. It was impossible. It was a foot tall, vibrant and healthy, its leaves a deep, waxy green, and it was blooming. One perfect, dark crimson rose, its petals unfurled as if in the height of summer. I took a step closer, my breath catching in my throat. This was the source of the smell. It was the scent of the envelopes, but living, potent, concentrated here in this frozen, hidden room. A movement to my left made me jump, the flashlight beam jerking wildly. There was a figure there, seated in a high-backed chair that was angled toward the rose bush. I hadn't seen them in the deep shadows. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. The figure did not move. I forced the light to steady, to illuminate the chair. It was a woman. She was ancient, her skin like pale parchment stretched over delicate bones. She was wrapped in a dark shawl, her hands resting in her lap, and her eyes were open, fixed on the rose bush. They did not blink. They did not move to look at me. A fine layer of dust coated her in the chair, glinting in the light. She was perfectly, utterly still. She was dead. She had been dead for a long time. A silent scream built in my chest, but no sound came out. I stood frozen, the beam of light trembling on her serene, lifeless face. This was the watcher. This was the sender of the roses, preserved in this secret sanctum, tending an impossible plant in death as she must have in life. My eyes were drawn back to the table. Beside the vase lay a stack of envelopes, identical to the ones I had received, and next to them a small, leather-bound journal. I don't know how long I stood there, caught between the living rose and the dead woman. Finally, my legs carried me forward. My hand, moving as if of its own volition, reached out and picked up the journal. The leather was cold and dry. I opened it. The pages were filled with a delicate, looping script. I recognized it instantly. It was my grandmother's handwriting, the grandmother who had lived in that country house, the grandmother I had barely known, who had died when I was a child. The first entry was dated over 60 years ago. I began to read, my eyes scanning the words by the shaky light of the flashlight. He is gone, the war took him. The world is gray and empty, but the rose he planted for me lives, I will tend it. It is all I have left of him. The entries went on year after year, a chronicle of solitude, of a life lived around the memory of a love symbolized by a rose bush. She wrote of its blooms, its struggles, its thorns. She wrote of her loneliness, and then she wrote of me. The child visited today. She played in the garden. She has his eyes. She is the only one who understands the silence here. She is the only one who listens. A cold understanding began to dawn on me, more terrifying than any stranger on my porch. She had been watching me even then. She had chosen me. The entries became more focused. She wrote of her failing health, her fear that the rose, her connection to her lost love, would die with her. She devised a plan, a way to ensure its memory, its essence, would be passed on to me. She must be guided back. She must learn the language of the earth, the silence. She must be reminded. The roses will call her home. The last entry was brief, the handwriting frailer. It is time. The first one is ready to be sent. She will understand. She has his eyes. She will know what to do. The date of the final entry was the week before the first white envelope had ever slid through my mail slot. The mechanism of it all unfolded in my mind. She had set it up before she died. A timed delivery, a service paid for years in advance, instructions left to send a specific dried rose on a specific day each month. A posthumous conversation conducted from beyond the grave, a summons written in petals and thorns. But it had changed. The rose hip, the earth, the key. That wasn't part of her journal. That wasn't part of her plan. I looked from the journal in my hand to the impossibly living rose on the table, and then to the preserved figure of my grandmother in the chair. The cold in the room felt alive now, a conscious chill. The smell of the earth was overpowering. The plan had worked. Her roses had called me home, but something else had answered too. The silence in the attic was no longer empty. It was the silence of the soil, deep and ancient, and it had taken root in her plan. It had grown its own thorns. I had not been called back just to remember. I had been called back to take her place. The dust motes danced in my flashlight beam, settling slowly on the open pages of the journal, on my grandmother's still hands, on the vibrant petals of the rose. The cold was not of this world. It was the cold of the grave, yet it was filled with a terrible, watchful life. I understood now. The letters, the roses, they were not just a memory. They were a relay, a baton passed from her dead hand to my living one. My eyes were drawn back to the rose bush in the vase. It was impossible. It should not exist. No plant could thrive in this frozen, lightless attic. Yet it did more than thrive. It pulsed with a vitality that felt aggressive, a green and red shout in the silent, dusty tomb. I took a step closer, my movements slow, as if underwater. A thorn, long and cruel-looking, caught the light. Without thinking, my hand reached out. I did not will it to move. It was a compulsion, an answer to a summons I felt in my bones. My fingertip touched the sharp point. It was not the prick of a normal thorn. It was a cold so intense it burned, a jolt that traveled up my arm and settled deep in my chest. I gasped and pulled my hand back. A single bead of blood welled up on my finger. It was dark, almost black in the dim light. I watched, mesmerized, as the blood fell. It did not hit the floor. It landed on the soil in the vase, a dark droplet that was absorbed instantly into the dark earth. The effect was immediate. The rose bush seemed to shudder. A new bud, small and tightly furled, pushed itself from a stem right before my eyes, swelling in the seconds it took me to breathe in and out. It was a deep, venomous green that quickly flushed with the same dark crimson as the bloom above it. This was the sustenance. This was the truth behind the journal-esque poetic words. It was not just memory that fed it. It was something else. Something she had given it, and now it demanded from me. I looked at my grandmother, truly looked at her. The pale, parchment skin, the delicate bones. She was not just preserved, she was drained, empty. The rose had taken everything, and when there was nothing left of her life to give, it had demanded a new custodian. It had called me here to feed it. The silence in the attic changed. It became a waiting silence, a hungry silence. It focused on me, on the tiny wound on my finger. The single, perfect bloom seemed to turn toward me, though no breeze stirred in the still air. I had found the source of the mystery, and it was a nightmare. I had answered the invitation, and now I was the guest of honor at a feast where I was also the main course. The door was shut behind me. The key was upstairs with me. I was locked in with my inheritance. My breathing was shallow, the air tasting of dust and decay and rich, wet soil. I took a step back from the table, from the waiting rose and the watching dead woman. My shoulder brushed against a wall, and I flinched. There on a small, dusty shelf I hadn't noticed was another vase. This one was empty, save for a few inches of dry, depleted earth, and next to it a packet of seeds and a small, sharp knife with a bone handle. The instructions were clear, the relay was complete. The silence was waiting for my next move. It was my turn to plant. It was my turn to feed the silence and wait for the next person with the right eyes to hear its call. The knife felt cold in my hand, colder than the key had been. Its bone handle was smooth, worn by a grip that was not my own. I looked from the empty vase to the thriving one, from the seeds to my grandmother as still form. The choice was no choice at all. The attic was a closed system, a perfect, terrible machine, and I was now a gear within it. My feet carried me to the shelf. My fingers, moving with a numbness that felt like someone else's, picked up the packet of seeds. They were small and dark, like tiny chips of obsidian. I poured them into my palm. They were ice cold. I picked up the empty vase. My movements were slow, dreamlike, a ritual performed under duress. I carried it to the table and set it down beside the flourishing rose. The two vases stood side by side, one full of impossible life, the other a promise of a future burden. The instructions were not written, but they were implanted in my mind, as if the thorn-esque prick had injected them directly into my blood. I knew what to do. I picked up the bone-handled knife. The blade was thin and sharp. I held my hand over the empty vase, the one that was to be mine. I did not hesitate. There was no room for hesitation in this new, silent world. I drew the blade across my palm. The pain was a bright, sharp line, but it was quickly swallowed by that same deep, invasive cold. Dark blood welled up and began to drip into the vase, pattering softly against the glass. I watched my life fall into the vessel, drop by drop. I did not stop until a shallow pool of it lay dark and glistening at the bottom. Only then did I press my wounded hand to my chest, the cold already numbing the sting. With my other hand, I took the cold, dark seeds from my palm and sprinkled them into the blood. They did not rest on the surface. They were absorbed, sinking into the offering as if it were the richest soil. I watched, my breath held. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then a tiny, fragile green shoot pushed its way up from the center of the dark pool. It grew with a silent, unnerving speed, unfurling two minuscule leaves that were the color of a deep bruise. It was done. I had planted my rose. A profound exhaustion washed over me, a heavy weight that felt like more than just blood loss. It was the weight of the responsibility, the terrible understanding of the cycle. I was the gardener now. I was the watcher in the chair. My life would sustain this new growth just as my grandmother S had sustained the old. I looked at her again, and for the first time I saw not a monster, but a tragic figure. A woman so consumed by love and loss that she had bound herself and her bloodline to this eternal, hungry memory, and I had walked right into it, driven by a curiosity that felt like a childish folly now. The cold of the attic began to seep into my bones, a familiar chill that no longer felt alien. It felt like coming home. I pulled the high-backed chair away from the wall and turned it to face the two roses, mine and hers. I sat down. The dust puffed up around me, settling on my clothes, my skin. I would wait, I would tend, and in time when the silence demanded it, I would begin to write the letters. I would find the right eyes. I would call the next one home. The circle was complete. I folded my wounded hand in my lap, watching the two roses side by side, one full grown, one newly born, and I waited for the silence to tell me what to do next. The silence stretched thick and heavy, and in it I heard the house for the first time. Not just the groans of old wood settling, but its breath, a slow, rhythmic pull and release that was in time with my own. The dust that coated my skin felt less like grime and more like a second layer, a shroud of time. My wounded hand throbbed with a dull, cold ache, a constant reminder of the pact I had just sealed. Hours must have passed. The light from my flashlight began to waver, its beam growing dim and orange. I did not move to replace the batteries. The darkness felt appropriate now, a natural state for this place. In the failing light, the two roses seemed to glow with their own inner life. My grandmother S, a deep, bloody crimson. My own, a vicious, hungry green. A sound broke the silence, not from the stairs or the house below, but from the table. A soft, dry rustle. My eyes, now adjusted to the deep gloom, saw it. A single petal detached from my grandmother S perfect bloom. It did not fall. It drifted, turning over and over in the motionless air, a slow, deliberate descent. It landed directly on the open page of the journal that still lay on the table, covering a line of her looping script. The message was unmistakable. The ritual was not over. I leaned forward, my body stiff from sitting so still for so long. I picked up the petal. It was soft, yet cold, and it left a faint, rusty smudge on my fingertip. Beneath it, the words on the journal page seemed to darken, to rise up from the paper. The earth must be replenished. The memory must be fed. I understood the vase containing my grandmother S. rose. Its soil, which had sustained it for decades, was now depleted. It had been fed by her, and now it was my duty to feed it again, to feed her memory. The compulsion was stronger than fear or reason. It was a deep, cellular pull. I stood, my legs unsteady, and went to the table. I looked at the flourishing plant, the symbol of a love that had outlasted death. I picked up the bone-handled knife from where I had left it. This time I did not cut my palm. The instructions were different, flowing into me from the cold air, from the watching walls. I held my hand over the soil in my grandmother's vase, the soil that had drunk her life. I pressed the point of the knife into the tip of my finger. Another bead of dark blood welled up. I let it fall, a single drop onto the dry earth. The effect was even more violent than before. The soil seemed to shudder and darken, becoming rich and black. The rose bush itself trembled, its leaves seeming to stretch and glisten. The existing bloom opened wider, its scent intensifying until it was all I could smell, a cloying, beautiful perfume that filled my lungs and my head. I was feeding it, and it was changing me. The cold in my blood felt less alien. The weight of the silence felt less like a burden and more like a purpose. I looked at my grandmother, and for a fleeting second I didn't see a corpse. I saw a woman at peace, her vigil finally shared. The dim flashlight beam caught something else on the shelf, behind the empty seed packet. A small porcelain bowl I hadn't noticed. I picked it up. It was filled with a fine dark powder. I brought it to my nose. Ash, and mixed with it the faint, sweet sharp scent of dried rose petals. I knew what it was, the remains of the roses she had sent me, the ones I had received and then burned. Their essence had been returned here to this room to be used again. The cycle was perfect, closed. Nothing was wasted. Everything was part of the memory. I placed the bowl back on the shelf. My gaze returned to the chair. My chair. I sat back down, the dust settling around me once more. The two roses stood before me, a history and a future. My blood was in both of them now. The line between her memory and my life had been irrevocably blurred. Downstairs, in the world of light and people, my phone began to ring. The sound was muffled, distant, a trivial noise from another lifetime. I did not move to answer it. I simply sat in the deepening dark, listening to the silence, waiting for the next petal to fall.